啊，怎么了，张老师？哎哎，结束了，结束它，结束它啊！哎，你现在进入分会场，我们现在进了分会场了。好，好，你要设置那个联系主席。好，好，好，好，好，好，好，好，
Well, maybe we may start. What is proposition? It's just 10 o'clock.
Dr. Vadim, you can start.
Okay. So, good morning, all the attendants of our section. I'm Vadim Mukhin, I'm section chair, and also here's presented, visit our section, my co-chair, this is Alexei Dovganyuk, Orest Kochan, and dear Professor Kudjinbin. We may start our section. According to our scheduling, we have 16 papers before our dinner. So we have a break time about 2 p.m. o'clock by Warsaw. And before 2 p.m. o'clock, we have to process about 16 papers. So please take into consideration the time limits. What do I mean? I mean that you have about 10 minutes to make your presentation. And you have also, and all the attenders have 5 minutes to ask a question. So according to the fact we have a very limited time and a big enough number of presentation, please try to be inside of this limit. So I think we may start for our first presentation. I will announce it, this presentation, and if a presenter is on the line, please you may immediately start your presentation. So first presentation is design and development of hybrid eye and mobile controlled wheelchair prototype using HAR cascade classifier proof of concept. Please, you may start your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Is it a demonstration of screen possible? Yeah.
Sorry, it is midnight here in Canada, so I'll be playing my pre-recorded video in order not to disturb my colleagues in the room. Thank you. Good day. You are welcome to the 6th International Conference on Computer Science, Engineering, and Educational Applications. My name is Yusuf Kola Ahmed, a lecturer in the Department of Biomedical Engineering, University of Ilorin, Nigeria, and a PhD student in the Department of Occupational Therapy, University of Alberta, Canada. My co-authors are Nasir, Taufik, Ahmed, Kafilat, Soni, Abdurazak, and Abdulwasi. I will be presenting on the topic design and development of a hybrid eye and mobile control wheelchair prototype using the HAR cascade classifier as a proof of concept. According to the Wheelchair Foundation, there is a report that the need for wheelchair is up to a tune of 1.86% of the world population. Most of these wheelchairs have manual control system, which puts millions of people with total paralysis at a disadvantage. However, the majority of those suffering from this severe muscular and neurological disorder still retain the ability to use or move their eyes. Total paralysis, technically referred to as tetraplegia or also quadriplegia, is a type of paralysis caused by illness or injury that results in the partial or total loss of use of all the 4 limbs and torso. The design of wheelchair has witnessed advances over the years from the use of a manual power to electrically powered wheelchair. The advent of electrically powered wheelchair has given birth to diverse control methodologies. The physiological parameter often used in these control systems includes the EMG, electromyography signal, the EEG, electroencephalography signal, and the EOG, electrooculography signal. Aside this, we have other control modes like the joystick, the video-based control, and the voice control system. There are many research work on high-controlled wheelchair. However, literature studies have shown that most of this work focus on achieving very high accuracy at the expense of usability, complexity, and power consumption. Hence, most of these works are often confined to the controlled laboratory environment. The purpose of this study is to develop a high and mobile interface to control wheelchair prototype using the HAR cascade classification algorithm. There has been several studies on different control modes of powered wheelchair. However, the challenges are summarized here. The major drawback of a EOG-based design is that it constitutes physical burden to the user, it often attracts noise, and it equally has a considerable level of cognitive requirement. The voice control, on the other hand, is plagued with interference from the surrounding environment, and it also requires some amount of sound energy in order to produce an accurate result. The deep learning approach, on the other hand, also is computationally complex, which makes it impractical for use in edge computation like it is in this case. Figure 3 shows the components and materials used in this design. We have the Arduino, the motor driver, the servo motor, the Bluetooth module, the laser sensor, Raspberry Pi, and the Raspberry Pi board. Figure 4 shows the block diagram of the system. A 5-volt regulated power supply is used to power the system. We have the webcam, which captures the image and sends it to the Raspberry Pi, where the classification is carried out. The Determine the direction based on the classification is passed from the Raspberry Pi to the Arduino using the Bluetooth module that connects them. The Arduino interprets the determined direction and then instructs the H-bridge in the motor driver to move in the determined direction. The laser sensor serves as the obstacle avoidance system, such that it stops the wheelchair when an obstacle is identified or determined at a distance of 1 meter ahead of the device. The R-Cascade classifier algorithm is used in the pupil detection for this particular study because of its simplicity, its high processing speed, which makes it suitable for edge computation. The R-like feature in R-Cascade are calculated using equation 1 here. That equation 1 depicts the intensity of the pixel location of that particular position. The R-like feature is calculated as the difference between the sum of intensity of pixel in two rectangular regions, as shown in equation 2. This means that the R feature is obtained by subtracting the intensity of the pixel from one particular location and the other location from one another. So these features are used in identifying whether the particular area of contest involves parameters of the pupil or any other area of the eye. The adaptive classifier is used in R-Cascade, and this is a type of machine learning classifier that puts together multiple classifiers in order to have a stronger classifier. The equation is as shown in equation 3, where T is the number of weak classifiers, alpha represents the weight associated with each weak classifier, H of X represents the decision made by the Tth weak classifier, and sin X is the sign function which returns 1 if X is positive and -1 if X is negative. The primary control system for this research is the eye gaze detection control system. However, a secondary or auxiliary control system, which involves the mobile interface, is connected. The essence of this mobile interface is to improve the versatility of the device for both tetraplegic and non-tetraplegic patients, such as the elderly. And this is as shown in figure 5. The safety subsystem consists of the laser sensor. This laser sensor is our obstacle avoidance system. It picks any obstacle at a distance of 1 meter ahead of the device. The laser sensor has longer sensing strength. It has very high precision, and then it can be prompted several times. Figure 6 depicts the overall system assembly. We have the Arduino, the motor driver, the Bluetooth module, the laser sensor, all assembled on the board. Figure 7 depicts the flow chart. The first thing is to detect the face and the eyes. When the face and the eye is detected, it moves to the next item in the flow, which is ask if eye is open. If the eye is closed, the loop goes back to check for the next frame if the eye and face is detected. However, if eye is open, it moves on to the next item in the flow, where the frame is computed to detect the predicted direction using the R cascade. When the direction is predicted, it moves on to ask, is there any obstacle? If there is an obstacle, the wheelchair stops immediately and the loop starts all over again. However, if there is no obstacle in its path, it moves on to the next item in the flow, which is looking left. It checks if the gaze is looking left. If yes, the Arduino signifies the edge bridge or actuates the edge bridge to move in the left direction. If no, it checks, is the gaze looking center? If yes, the Arduino sends signal to the edge bridge to move in the forward direction. If no, it moves on to the next item in the loop to look right. If the gaze is looking right, the Arduino prompts the edge bridge to move in the right direction. If no, it checks again. Is the eye blinking? If the eye is blinking, then it prompts the wheelchair to go in the backward direction. If no blinking is detected, then the loop starts all over again and go over each of these items again until a particular detection and movement is achieved. The performance evaluation of this system is done with the hope of certifying that the constructed design is in its proper working condition and to ensure that operating expectations are achieved. Figure 8 shows the system under test. The navigation evaluation is carried out using 3 different subjects over 5 trials. However, the obstacle avoidance is done using 20 different objects such as ball, table, and chair, among several other items in the part of the device. The accuracy obtained was 100% as all these obstacles were detected appropriately. Table 1 shows the average accuracy when the eye gaze module is engaged. 4 different directions were tested and the reading were shown in this table. Subject 1 had 85 for right, left 90, forward 85, backward 100, and an average accuracy per subject is achieved of 90 degrees. Subject 2 was implemented in the same, subject 2 undergoes similar experiment, and average accuracy per subject was 88.75, while for subject 3, it was 88.75. Then an average accuracy per direction was also tested. This involves taking the average of the direction for the 3 different subjects. For right, we have 88.3, for left, 86.67, for forward, 85, for backward, we have 96.67. This is totally averaged, and the average accuracy per direction for the overall 4 directions was 89.16. Coincidentally, the average accuracy per subject in total was also 89.16. Statistically, this is a significant value, which attests that the system performs satisfactorily. Table 2 shows the average accuracy when the mobile interface was engaged. And it can be seen clearly from Table 2 that all directions, the average accuracy per direction was 100%, and the average accuracy per subject was also 100%. This indicates that the performance by the mobile interface was higher than the accuracy obtained when the eye control module is engaged. This is expected because navigation is straightforward in the mobile interface. In conclusion, the system provides navigation autonomy for people with total paralysis by using the eye to drive the wheelchair, and even extended the research by incorporating a mobile control interface instead of the common joystick auxiliary control to extend the system's usability to the elderly and people with hemiplegia. The R-Cascade ML algorithm with histogram equalization was adopted in this design because of its simplicity, high perception rate, and fast processing time. 4 movement directions were achieved from the eye image frame, while more directional movement were obtainable from the auxiliary mobile control interface. In terms of future recommendation, a Raspberry Pi with IRM will be recommended in order to increase the speed of operation of the system. A tracking system can be incorporated in order to identify the location of the wheelchair. Infrared webcam can also be incorporated in order to optimize night application of the system. Here are my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any question, please?
May I ask a question?
Yeah, for sure.
Now, regarding this movement by visual sight, how do you propose to mount camera or any other sensor that you want to read from, like eyes movement? And by the way, sorry, I forgot, that's really practical and thoughtful implementation of different strategies and this speech. Thank you for your speech. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the question. So actually, this is a prototype. So the plan is that the camera will be mounted on the main wheelchair at the end of the day, so that a frame will be attached to the wheelchair such that it will be at the same level as the eye, instead of wearing a glass or goggle or something. So the future plan is to make sure that the widget that this will be incorporated in will have a frame of which the camera can actually be placed to achieve, to pick the high image. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Due to some limited time, I think we have to switch to another presentation. So thank you very much for your brilliant presentation again. And our next presentation is a current situation and development trend on the evaluation of moral and ideological curriculum in China visual analysis based on CNKI publication. It's presented present here.
Yes, I'm here. Okay.
So you may start a presentation, please.
Thank you. Can you see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Wu Yungyue from Nanning University. Now, let me introduce my paper, The Current Situation and Development Trend of the Evaluation of Moral and Ideological Curriculum in China Visual Analysis with CNKI publication. One object, the implementation of moral education in teaching is to adhere to the combination of knowledge impartation and value orientation and cultivate students into talent with both morality and talent and all-round development. This is the focus is teaching reform in college and university at this stage. My paper takes curriculum moral education as the research object. The paper uses science-based software of visually analyze the knowledge lab of 2017 Ford curriculum, ideological and moral evaluation document in CNKI database from 2017 to 2021 through the number of documents, the occurrence of authors, the occurrence of institution, the occurrence of keyword and clustering. The results show that the current research focuses on ideological and political cause, teaching reform, teaching design, moral and ideological education, and professional course. The future research should focus on construction of curriculum, moral and ideological indicate, and evaluation systems integrate the spirit of ideals and beliefs into knowledge learning, and effectively improve the comprehensive quality and ability of college students. Second, read content, including 6 elements. And research on space-time distribution. It can be seen that the student at the study of curriculum, ideological and political evaluation has shown a rising trend in recent 5 years, which also show that the study of curriculum, ideological and political evaluation has been paid more and more attention. Also, statistics and cooperation network analysis. As can be seen, the cooperation of scholars is not obvious. Most of the scholars on the course of ideological and political evaluation of the paper is only one. The most volume of scholars for Shenyang analysis of the cooperation network of the sending agency. The institution that publishing most of the articles came from university. The institution that published most of the articles and Northeast Normal University, Beijing Foreign Study University, Hebei University, Wuhan University, Southeast University, and so on. The above schools have made great contributions to the study of curriculum, ideological, and political evaluation. Keyword for occurrence analysis. It can be seen from the background. The scholars focus on ideological and political course, teaching reform, teaching design, ideological and political education, professional course, and so on. How to carry out the ideological and political evaluation of the curriculum is focus of scholars' research. Keyword clustering and analysis. According to the generalization of the class graph, the author divided it into three aspects. First, the teaching reform of ideological and political evaluation of specialized class. Second, the evaluation principle of the course ideological and political evaluation. Third, the practice path of the ideological and political evaluation of the curriculum. Keyword emergency analysis. That can be seen from the graph. From the point line, the keyword can be divided into two periods. The first period is from 2017 to 2018, including ideological and political construction, value guidance, education vocations, curriculum education, and other children. After 2020, the keyword include professional, ideological, and political education, teaching methods, curriculum reform, teaching quality, and so on. 3. Conclusion. Through the keyword of occurrence and cluster analysis, we can see that the demonstrate focus on the evaluation of moral and ideological teaching quality of the curriculum is mainly the teaching reform of ideological and ethical evaluation of specialized course. The evaluation principle of ideological and moral evaluation of course, and the critical path of ideological and political evaluation of course. Through the keyword emergence analysis, we can see that the construction of the evaluation system of the ideological and moral teaching quality of the curriculum will be the focus of the study. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any question, please?
Hello, I have a question. Thank you
please.
for your sharing. Regarding your research context, I have a question for us. What is the trend of the research on curriculum, logical, and political evaluation?
Thank you for your questions. The curriculum research on the evaluation of ideological and moral education in curriculum teaching in college and university is not deep enough, and there is still a certain gap with the actual need of the reform of ideological and ethical class. Future research should focus on the following two aspects. One, the evaluation in depth of curriculum ideology and political is the key to the evaluation of curriculum ideological and political. At present, no authoritative evaluation indicators have been found. The evaluation indicators decided by scholars are only based on a single school or a major or a single course. To form high-quality evaluation indicators, a lot of research and detailed supports are needed. Two, the evaluation system of ideological and moral education in curriculum teaching is the guarantee of the implementation of ideological and political evaluation of curriculum. And then we should do a good job in properly design and formulate corresponding systems, such as making clear the state of curriculum, ideological and political education, making good curriculum ideology, morality, and ethics cleaning, investing funds to ensure the implementation of curriculum ideological and moral education, improve teachers' teaching ability of curriculum ideological and ethical education, and including curriculum ideology, morality, and ethics performance into the annual statements and so on. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. I think due to our limited time, we will finish with this presentation. Thank you very much again for your presentation. And now we switch to next presentation. This is presentation named A Case-Based Approach in Astrological Prediction of Professional Government Officer or Celebrity Using Machine Learning. And his presenter is here with us. Please turn on your sound microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good
You
afternoon,
may
sir.
start. Yeah.
Okay.
We hear you. You may start.
Yeah. I would like to first thank to our organization to give me an opportunity to present my paper. This is a case-based approach in astrological prediction of professional government officer or the celebrity by using the machine learning. In this research paper, In this research paper, I have concluded the introductions, related work, conventional approach in astrology, step for the case-based implementation, experimental analysis, classification techniques, result and analysis, and finally conclusion and the limitations of this study. In introductions, numerous astrological research programs and the pieces of software are now being created, and astrology is a subject of many businesses, publications, journal article courses, and the studies. Additionally, astrologers promises that they can be predict someone's futures using their astrological expertise or the institution. All this has been increased our curiosity about the accuracy and the validity of astrology. There aren't many clear-cut standardized rules for the astrological predictions. Each astrologer has their own set of guidelines and the techniques for making the predictions. The astrologer uses the diagnosis and the prognostication of the prior horoscope of a people in related to industries to calculate the prognosis of the individuals in front of him or her. In these, predicted on a system of thinking, they show the interconnected of planets and help to identify the human personalities. In order to determine the scientific validity and the guideline for the astrological predictions, these studies discuss the astrological experiment and they use the case-based reasoning method to learn from the vast amount of the previous known data and the gain knowledge from the those facts. Case-based machine learning algorithm and other classification method can be employed in predicted an idea that issues can be easily solved using the answer offered to the situation that is similar to the past. As a result, the system can benefit from the prior cases. By utilizing the technique that is appropriate for the specific issues area, learning can be accomplished with the birth chart, associate status of the persons as a government officer, celebrities or not, are saved in the case-based storage, which can be used to learn from the past instant. Therefore, the above method can offer a solid foundation for doing the research in the area of astrology and assist in the giving astrology scientific validity. For this, we have done the study from the many research papers that the many researchers have performed their work in this field, and they find out the developed a practical application of the astrological predictions to demonstrate the accuracy of the astrology. Academic scholar and the astrologers must collaborate and find out the solution of the pseudoscience that is decided by the Tiwari and Kelly. They believe that the astrology is not a scientific, while others believe that through the investigation is necessary in this idea to demonstrate in the scientific variety. Some people think that the astrology is divided into two categories, predictive and the non-predictive. Researchers believe that the predictive astrology is the best method for determining whether the astrology may be used to foretell the person's future. It is defined in the research. In this research, investigation on the irregularity of the moon reported encouraging finding a Maureen hypothesis that significant the angular planet in a person's birth chart had an impact on their lives at the same time. They are looking for the existence of the astrology as well as the universal rule using a variety of the scientific approach. For this, we have calculated the many algorithm and the 24, they have taken the 24 singers recorded, players record, or the 10 scientists recording for the calculation of their prediction by using the VCA tool. This is the open sources software is available. By carrying out the mathematical scientific experiment in the birth chart of the people with cancer and the people without cancer. This terminology is also possible by the Vedic astrology. There are many other researchers have performed their work in this field and finally come to the conventional approach of the astrology. This is the conventional approach. Actually, astrology is a traditional Indian science that make the calculation based on the factors such as the geography, algebra, astronomy, and the cultural influences. There are planets are the subject of astrology. Person's horoscope is made by gathering the information about their individual, such as the birth date, exact time of birth, location of their birth, and then figure out to their aspect of their life from the conception of the passing away. In this conventional approach, it is challenging to create the horoscope from a new user because nobody is expert in calculating the planet's position or the rashis. Only Jyotishacharya is aware of the Kundalini and is capable to make the prediction about the person's families, financial, education, career, and overall health. Predictions accuracy through is a confusing and difficult to understanding as providing the information they may or may not be the trustworthy. It is the process of learning. The scientification of a client is primarily goal of an astrologer. Some inclined to tell the truth. The conventional approach is shown in this figure. We calculate the horoscope by using the date of birth, date of time, and place of birth, and the predict the queries by using the previous knowledge of astrology. Now, I suggest the new architecture of the astrology by using a case-based architecture in astrology. According to what we know, the astrology is not a branch of scientific, and the scientific community has rejected it since there is no reliable explanation for how the entire world is presented. Numerous modifications take place as the astrology theory scenario involved from the conventional of scientific. This is the diagram to provide the overall layout of a system for the astrological predictions. Through and the input interface, the user communicates with the system and provides the data for the prediction with a to the data conversion model. The data is supplied through the input interface and transfer into the format compatible with the data in case-based storage based on the data that is input interface to data conversion model provide the retrieval model, the case from the case-based storage based on the cases that are updated and saved in the case-based storage. The learning model continuously spread the knowledge. The interface engine makes an astrological prediction of the database on finding from the retrieval model and the learning model. There are some terminology we have used, such as the knowledge-based retrieval model, learning model. We will discuss in this next slide. This is the steps we have defined in the CRB. The main objective of CRB to provide the method that are suitable for discovering the information and resolving the issues in certain application domain. The primary topic of the CRB research concentrate on can be categorized into 5 groups. Knowledge representation. We express the cases for the astrological prediction system using the category and the exemplar model. Here we provide the several categories for the famous person and less well-known individuals such as the celebrities or non-celebrities. It is the feasible to find the case in the case base that match an input description by combining the input features of a problem case into the pointer to case or category that share the majority of the features, the information that need to be entered into the astrological predictions. System case interface is saved in case-based storage. This information is converted into the format that is appropriate for the cases saved after the data conversion. Retrieval technique. Nearest neighbor include inductions knowledge, guided inductions, and the template retrieval are few of the several forms of retrieval. Knowledge guided induction is used in this situation. The knowledge is built by choosing the features that will be utilized to retrieve the cases from the case-based storage. And these techniques include the logistic regression, Navy bias, J48, decision table. The cases from the case base are retrieval using the retrieval models. Reuse strategies, two fundamental strategies for making us a prior example are copying and adopting. The transformation reuse of adopt approach is used when the information in the form of transformation operator is applied to a solution for the new circumstances. The revision strategies, the person's forecast is made by the astrological prediction system, and the result is then cross-verified with the users using the feedback interface. No revision is required if the results are accurate. However, if the result is incorrect, the revision is required. Written strategies. When a case is forecasted, the forecasted is evaluated to determine whether it is accurate. If it is case in written in the case-based storage without any changes, but if it is inaccurate, the case is destroyed and not kept. This is the experimental analysis. In this system, the key component of the data-driven system, the machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence, and it is focuses on the gradually improving the computational ability of machine learning. And this training data set facilitate the decision making for the forecasting with a little to no more human involvement. So we prepared the data set. We collected around 300 people's data, where 200 of the training data set and 100, in which 100 are the celebrities or 100 are the government officer from the Astro Data Bank. This is the free and non-profitable community, and 100 testing database we have collected from our personal sources like email or the personal interview. We have collected this data and prepared the date of birth, location of birth, and the time of birth, and person's birth chart we have prepared. This is the pre-processing data. After completing the information, we have created the individual's horoscope chart and depict the 12 zodiac signs and the planet's position. And after preparing this horoscope chart, we have evaluated the features extractions, means 12 houses of the horoscope define the placement of the 9 planets. Each house has a zodiac sign, several combination of planets and their yogic relation, the strength of the houses and other astrological term, segment chart, and examine the person's various characteristics aid in the obtaining the highly precise calculations. And we apply the astrological, we apply this astrological data by the artificial intelligence techniques, in which we have used the logistic regression. This logistic regression is a supervised classification method, and this is used generally for calculating our output in terms of the true, false, yes, no, on, off, or 0, 1. The logistic regression, the equation is written as the z equals to b0 plus b1 x1, b2 x2, and b3 x6. These are the different variable. And this equation is calculated in the form when z equals to 1. This is the log p upon 1 minus p equals to b0 and b1 x. This is projected the probability value of x is p equals to e to the power b0 plus b1 x upon 1 plus e to the power b0 plus b1 x. Similarly, Z40X is another approach technique. Navy bias is another approach of machine learning. We have applied these different techniques to our data for calculating the predictions. In the resultant analysis, we have created the horoscope chart by constructing the tabular of 300 participant data that contains the person's birth details. After gathering the data, we used astrological Kundli software to generate the horoscope chart for each individual to view the position of the planets and their combination and the zodiac sign in the 12 houses depicted in this figure. And after that, we have calculated the all planet position and zodiac signs and ranging these from 1 to 12 and prepare the table and in a SVSS format for calculating our result by the VCA tool. Logistic regression, J48, Navy bias. There are three classification strategies we have used to calculate our result in the terms of the correct classified instant, incorrectly classified instant, mean absolute error, and the root mean square error. This is the basic detail of the horoscope of a person in the CSV file. We have calculated the attribute. These are the 12 rashis, 9 planets, and the classes in which we have mentioned the class is the government officer or the celebrities. And each attribute has the values from 1 to 12. This is the numerical value. And when we apply this CSV file in the VCA tool and calculate our result in terms of CCI means correct classified instant, ICI incorrectly classified instant, mean absolute error, and the root mean is standard error. This is the result are shown in this figure. For the government officer, G indicate the government officer and C indicate the celebrities. These are the values. And according to this figure, the three classifier shown the result in terms of CCI and ICI. And we found that the 574 is the highest correct classified instant, and 21 is the lowest incorrected classified instant by J48 for the class of celebrities. This figure shows the mean absolute error and the root mean square error values of the three classification for the government officer and the celebrities, and we find out the 0.3294 maximum and 0.0651 minimum mean rate absolute error value for the celebrities, and 0.4625 maximum and 0.1791 minimum root mean standard error value generated by the Navy bias and the J48. This is shown in this graph. And similarly, after that, we have calculated the true positive rate, false positive rate, precision, and the recall for the government officer or the celebrities by applying the three classifier, Navy bias, logistic regression, and J48, and we calculate our result in terms, and we shown that the true positive rate and the false positive rate value of two classes for the government officer and celebrities by the three classifier is 0.965 is the maximum true positive rate and 0.119 minimum false positive rate for the celebrity. And this is the graph shown the true positive rate and the false positive rate. And similarly, we construct the graph for the precision and the recall. The highest precision and the recall value is the 0.964 and 0.965 generated by the J48 for the celebrity class. After that, we have calculate the F measure, MCC, ROC, and PRC area values for these two classes, and these are the result for the F major, MCC, ROC area, and PRC areas for these three classifier when we apply for the government or the celebrities data, and we find out that the highest F major and MCC values are 0.964 and 0.871. This generated by the J48 classifier for the celebrity data. And the graph is represented in the terms of ROC and PRC. And the result is the 0.965 and the area 0.973. It is also generated by the J48 for the celebrities class. This graph is ROC and PRC, F major and MSC. After that, we have calculated the RAE, RRSE, and the accuracy and the training and testing model time, the performance time of the training and testing model. So we find out the RAE percentage and RRSE percentage and the accuracy and time in second by these three classifier, and we find out the highest accuracy of 96.5 measured by the J48 for the celebrity class. This is shown in this diagram. This is the 96.5%. This is the conclusion. For the same reason, good astrological software is available nowadays, but it doesn't calculate any data for any event. We use the restricted data in this study article. We gather the information from the 300 people to calculate their career area, which is the government officer or the celebrities, based on their birth information. In order to forecast their future, we compute the result and found that the high percentage of accuracy in J48 by the J48 classifier is 96.5, and the low percentage of accuracy by the Navy bias in 67.5% respectively. Using these three classification techniques, Navy bias, logistic regression, and the J48, we discovered that the outcome is not precisely what we had hoped for, but it is encouraging. Some strategies produce better outcomes than other, necessitating the use of the hybrid methodology to enhance. We are experimenting the different classifier and evaluating their strength and the limitations. The limitations of this research is the prognosis for a person who has decided whether or not to pursue the career of a professor, businessman, or the doctor. However, it is depend on the variety of factors such as the person surrounding his qualification, and other important factor is determining in the type of work he get, and money is another important factor to consider in the prediction of the astrology. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Due to time limitation, you have a time just for one little question.
So actually, we have collected data. Those peoples are already already in the profession of a government job, or they are renowned celebrities. But there are many restrictions to define predictions. This will be become a celebrities or famous celebrities. There are lot of areas such as money and well education and the around surrounding or their family background. This is all the limitations that will decide these persons will become good celebrities or got the such type of profession.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, now according to our sharing, we have to switch to our next presentation. Next presentation is a teaching reform and practice of sensor and detection technology, course based on specialty and innovation integration, and project based education. Is presented here
Yeah.
You may start your presentation.
Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Yang Hu, coming from School of Material Science and Engineering, Wuhan University of Technology. My paper title is Research and Practical of Outcome-Oriented Innovative Talent Training System
还没到你吧？
of Material Specialty.
No, we have a problem with screen demonstration. We don't see any screen.
I will introduce my paper as follows.
Oh. It's turn to me to install
Please
my
switch to screen demonstration.
Hello everyone.
Hello. So you may continue.
My name is Deshen Lu. My paper title is Teaching Reform and Practice of Signal and Detection Technology course based on spatial and evaluation integration and project-based education. Object. The course Sensor and Detection Technology is a required course for many colleges and universities in electrical communication and automotive control and related measures. It is a course combining theory and practice and plays a very important role in the cultivation of innovation talents. Under the traditional teaching method, the course arrangement is mostly limited to the class teaching and corresponding in-school experiments. The course design is not well integrated with enterprise practice. Students are relatively passive in the course learning, and high-quality course resources are relatively scarce. In view of the above problems, the paper discusses the opportunities and design ideas of Healy's teaching reform under the guise of the principle of integration of specialty and innovation. The specialty title of Healy's teaching and the evaluation methods focus on the deep integration of professional education and innovation and entrepreneurship education. Optimize the teaching contents aims to cultivate students' innovative thinking and lays a solid foundation for the society to cultivate innovative talents. 1. Introduction. The teaching of this course attends place important the combination of specialty and innovation The farmer focused on the vocative development of professional teaching to understand the excess of knowledge of skills. The later innovation and implementation education needs to pay attention to the innovation and application of technology, which is conducive to the holistic development of professional technology. In recent years, the integration of specialty and innovation has been the forefront of calculus teaching reform in colleges and universities. It attaches importance to both professional education and innovation and entrepreneurship education. Traditional teaching only pays attention to professional education, which cannot effectively help students grasp and understand the contents of sensor and detection technology and apply it to future work. In the context of mass entrepreneurship and innovation, it is required to closely link professional technology with innovation and entrepreneurship education to carry out curriculum reform. 2. Teaching status reform. Counter of the course, sense and detection technology. In traditional teaching methods, teachers regard themselves as the controllers and dominator of the classroom. As students' learning stage is always particularly passive, students' innovative and resilience will be greatly weakened. Some colleges and universities have carried out the curriculum reform of science and disruptive technology, especially in innovation integration, but there are still some problems, such as the curriculum of especially innovation integration is not reasonable enough, and the high quality curriculum resource of especially innovation integration are lacking. Ideas and contents of curriculum reform. Model 1. The size of teaching objectives is to reserve the all teaching objectives, adjust deeper the chronology objectives, ability objectives, and quality objectives, and increase the gap of innovation and interaction. Model 2. Place teaching method. Implementation play is to establish the ideas and stance of project-based teaching method. Deconstruct the old chronology pace. Adapt project teaching method. Reconstruct is the title that means the variance and give the teaching items of scanner and detection technology carriers. Model 3. Diversified assessment methods is to establish a development process, assessment and evaluation system, more objective and scientifically reflect the living effect of students and how to cultivate differentiated innovation in the native talents. 3. Curriculum reform of the center and research technology based on the integration of specialty and innovation. Design of the teaching objects. By learning standard and detection technology, students can master the basic working principle of temperature sensor, humidity sensor, photoelectric sensor, mechanical sensor, master the convention colors, awareness and creation color of various scenes, and master the current analysis and detection, can design methods of various systems. Adhering to the complex talent training object of specialty and negative and interpolations, the design of teaching objects in the four directions of knowledge, ability, literacy, and innovation, and international is determined. The course objects of sense and detection technology are shown on the table 1. Course design ideas. Sensor and detection technology absorbs project-based technique. Teaching is generally carried out according to 5 steps: sending text, grouping, dividing text, assessing, reviewing, and summarizing. It's my content and class. Our distribution are shown in the table 1 at table 2. Assess of students' learning effect. In the present teaching class, the subjective scores of teachers is relatively high, and the proportion of final score is high, which is easy to lead to poor final exam scores of students who usually learn well. So the total score obtains equivalence grades from the actual learning effect to students. The course of sense of detection technology is special created for integrated teaching, with students occupying the dominant position and plays a learning role, focusing on the close assessment of flow teaching and viewing students' learning achievement from multiple perspectives, which has great advantage. The assessment method is shown in table 3. For achievement of the current stage of innovation and innovation integration reform. Significant improvement of students' course performance. Achievements in innovation and entrepreneurship competitions have improved significantly. You may learn graduate establishment access through the teacher's classroom teaching and related contents explained, as well as the promotion of project teaching method. Students have accumulated a lot of interpretation experiences while learning knowledge, which provides very effective help help for their independent interpretations. Five, conclusion. The teaching reform of sensor and detection technology based on the integration of specialty and innovation, taking students' project practice, ability, and innovation. Conscience as the forces of title calculus have not only improved students' science knowledge and practical ability, but also improve students' innovation ability. By adopting the project-based teaching method, the transduction of the main law of classroom teaching has been refined, so that each student has always paid the main and learning role, and the rapid improvement of their complexity and quality has been continuously realized, and the students' internal for course learning. Experiments and practice has been enhanced, and the expert teaching purpose have been achieved. At the same time, the overall teaching range of the school has been repaired, effectively and complexly improved. The teaching practice has proved that the teaching reform of the sense and detection technology, course based on the integration of specialty and innovation, has optimized the teaching context around the requirements of the deep integration of professional education and innovation and entrepreneurship education, which is more in line with the requirements of education and teaching for professional course. At the same time, it is conducive to students mastering the application of the calculus in the specialty and the calculus of professional development, and cultivating students' improving thinking.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And any question, please?
Yeah, there is a question.
Yeah,
There's a
you can ask.
question. Thank you. Your curriculum reform based on the integration of expertise and creativity is very necessary and meaningful. Your report mentions the use of projects-based teaching methods in curriculum teaching during the reform. And I have a small question there. And how did these projects come out? Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
On the one hand, through investigation and interviews, we can understand the practice application of the course and the ability requirements of the enterprise industry for the course, and integrate the applied case with the course technology. On the other hand, by combining the application of the course technology in students' lives or some phenomena, the goal of applying what is learned is achieved through the learning of course knowledge points. In addition, we have also conducted school enterprise compilation and interview enterprise experts to bring project case into our course construction. That's my answer.
Can I have one more question or reach the time limit?
No, we have a time limit, so sorry, we
Okay.
have to switch to our next presentation. Thank you very much for for your presentation, dear presenter. And our next presentation is a research and practice of outcome-oriented innovative talent training system of material specialty. So, presenter may start his presentation, his or her presentation. Please turn on your microphone.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yang Hu, coming from School of Material Science and Engineering, Wuhan University of Technology. My paper title is Research on Practice of Outcome-Oriented Innovative Talent Training System of Material Specialty. I will introduce my paper as follows. Background: problems existing in the traditional training system of material specialty. Outcome-oriented innovative talent training system. The practical and effectiveness of training system. Conclusion: the traditional talent training system of materials majors can no longer meet the development of emerging engineering education. Thus, it is necessary to employ a new talent training system under the guidance of advanced teaching concept or models. Outcome-based education is a novel outcome-oriented education model. It takes learning outcomes that students achieve through the education process as the goal of instructional design and implementation. Material science is a discipline with strong experimental and practical nature, and it always development under the traction of social needs. Therefore, technical talents in material specialty should be equipped with strong engineering innovation capability to adapt to future development. For this reason, it is very important to study and build an experimental and practical training system that can comprehensively improve engineering innovation capability of talents. A new training system of innovative talents is necessary based on the OBE concept. In recent years, with the rapid development of technology, material majors urgently need a group of outstanding talents that can support the transformation and upgrading of engineering industry. However, the traditional training model cannot meet the higher requirements. The existing problem could be summarized as follows. Professional education and social needs are not highly fit. Inadequate support for the cultivation of engineering innovation ability of curriculum system. Insufficient conversion of engineering practical and competency training. Insufficient reach of outcome evaluation. According to the needs of different levels and different ability aims, a curriculum system for the cultivation of innovative talents in materials majors are designed. It can be seen from the figure. The curriculum system consists of systematic theoretical teaching, experimental teaching and advanced practical training. This curriculum system aims at the cultivation of innovative talents to adapt to the development of emerging engineering to achieve effective support for different levels of ability goals and further promote the balanced development of students' professional competence, engineering literacy, and development ability. And in terms of the new requirements of ability training, in this paper, traditional teaching methods are reformed and multi-collaborative teaching chain of teaching learning evaluation reach is established. Meanwhile, in this paper, an evaluation system is formulated, which not only examines students' acquisition of technical skills, but also non-technical abilities. In the table shows the evaluation storage for achieving graduation requirements. To sum up, this new program is formulated for material specialty students of different majors and grades. Throughout the 4 academic years, it aims to improve students' ability to design and solve complex engineering problems, cultivating innovative ability and project management capability. In order to ensure that students' ability meet the training requirements, the courses involved in the newly established training system conduct an analysis of students' competency attainment. The following uses an experimental course of material preparation and performance experimental as an example to analyze the degree of students' competency attainment. At last, the researchers in this article conducted a teaching effect questionnaire survey on relevant teachers and students. It can be seen from the table that after the construction of the new talent training system, more than 90% of teachers and students believe that students' professional norm and lifelong learning ability have been significantly improved. More than 80% of teachers and students believe that team cooperation and communication skills have been significantly improved, and about 70% of teachers and students believe that students' research ability have been significantly improved. Based on the above analysis and research, a new talent training course system, teaching system, and evaluation system are constructed. After the implementation of this talent training system, students' participation in innovation and training competition of other extracurricular activity and has increased significantly. Meanwhile, students' non-technical ability has also been significantly improved. The acceptance rate of graduate students have reached more than 50%, and 73.97% of graduates are still engaged in material-related work. Thank you for listening.
So thank you very much for your presentation. You were quite short. Please, any question?
I have one question.
Yes, please, you may ask.
the present, I have a very small question that you mentioned in your presentation that there are some existing problems in the currently outcome effect evaluation system. And what does you specifically, what does you mean to, refers to?
The teaching effect assessment is a very important link in the process of talent training. Through the effectiveness evaluation of the outcome, continuous improvement of the teaching process can be achieved. However, in the actual process, evaluation is often the most overlooked link. At present, the evaluation system established by current training system of material specialty is not perfect, especially the implementation of non-technical ability training. The assessment and evaluation are lacking effective assessment methods and evaluation standards.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Due to time limit, we have possibility just for one question. And thank you very much again for your presentation. Next one presentation. This is presentation with ID 2423 and title of presentation, Method of Automatic Depersonalization of Database for Application in Machine Learning Problem. So I hope presenter is here with us, so you may start your presentation.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all attendees. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our research today. And just a minute, full screen. I need. So it's better. Our research today, and our team consists of two people, Artem Volokita and Vlada Lipska. It's me. We both represent Igor Sikorsky Polytechnic Institute, and our topic for today is method of automatic depersonalization of databases for application in machine learning problems. Well, let me begin. As of today, more and more systems collect personal data for processing in their services. With this can be both to improve the user experience and for other purposes. Therefore, certain regulations such as GDPR have emerged to protect the rights of users in many countries and unions. Because of this, many research laboratories or business companies can receive not only reputational damage, but also financial damage, in addition to a potential ban on their activities. Also today, any processing of personal data must take place with increased protection, as there is a risk of loss of data confidentiality or data leakage. A logical solution to this issue is to remove and replace important parameters according to the characteristics of the original data. It is important not to distort the original data picture by changing the layers of information. Otherwise, the work will have a high probability of an unreliable final result. As mentioned, to solve this problem, it is necessary to find a way to change and reproduce the data in such a way that the nature of the data is not distorted. Currently, there are already research and development on this topic. In the mentioned works, as the extrapolation of one set of values to the interval of another set, taking into account certain deviations, is most often encountered. This method is suitable for changing data or comparing data at different scales, but from a security point of view, we get the so-called KSS cipher, which is known to be vulnerable to a frequency analysis attack. Also, the studies do not take into account the element of randomness and the interdependence of value. This paper proposed a combination of non-static replacement methods, but as processing based on Bayesian networks. Because there is often a relationship and dependency between data properties, we turn to a Bayes theorem, which takes into account this dependence and with which we build our networks. A formula is presented on the screen that describes the probability of an event if one of these events differently occurs. The current research takes into account that if an event occurs that excludes other events, then codependent events, if any, are also excluded. Using these theories, it is possible to build a Bayesian network by first computing probabilities from the raw data and understanding the relationship between the features. The network will look like a directed graph with many possible values and their probabilities. a simplified network construction scheme for one of the features during the research is presented on the screen. So our plan is follows. Remove noises to prepare data is a general machine learning approach of working with data. Update values with static replaces. This is known from previous studies mentioned in these papers and actually our approach to solve the problem. Select feature X, calculate probabilities for every parameter of X feature. Select feature Y, and Y is not the same as X. Calculate probability of Y if X is already exists, so the event is happened. For each value of Y feature dependent probabilities. Add probabilities and values to the network as node and edges. Return to step 5 and repeat for each feature except process 1. Return to step 3 and repeat for each feature except process 1. Often systems use personal data to build machine learning models, which are then used to improve the user experience. We also need to investigate whether the data after processing by the proposed method can be used for the same purposes, but without the risk of unauthorized data processing. Therefore, we should compare the performance of machine learning models built on raw data with data generated by our method. Let's introduce some terminology. What typical machine learning problem can it solve? And typical machine learning problems are classification and regression problems. The problem of classification is determination of the class of an object, while the regression problem helps to determine the value of a certain characteristic of an object. And we know about confusion matrix. The confusion matrix consists of true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative. This rate describes how many objects were classified correctly and incorrectly. Definitions are displayed on the screen that describes the number of representatives that are objects of the class declared correctly and declared incorrectly. The same with the non-class representatives. And there are also metrics used to determine the success of machine learning models applied to classification problems. Some of the most used ones are presented on the screen. So accuracy describes the ratio of correctly classified objects to all objects. Precision describes the ratio of correctly classified objects as members to all classified objects as members. Recall describes the ratio of correctly classified objects as members to real members. False positive rate, it is the ratio of incorrectly classified objects as members to real non-members. And F1 score is a composite measure used to measure the performance of both correct and incorrect classifications of machine learning classification models. And since regression problem work with continuous values, the article also discussed the metrics used for this type of problem. One of them is R-squared, and R-squared is a statistical measure of how close the data is to the fitted regression line. Explained variance score is a metric for calculating the ratio between the variance of the error and the variance of the two values. Mean absolute percentage error is a measure of the accuracy of the forecasting method. And machine learning models always use two sets of data, training and testing. Training set is a set of data samples that are used to tune the parameters of a machine learning model to train it on an example. Test set is a set of data to test a model after it has been trained on a training set. And finally, our tests. During the research, the method was tested on the basis of the problem of classifying a person by gender based on his preferences. And the data set was taken from Kaggle. According to the methodology, new data are generated based on Bayesian models that preserves the nature of the data. These steps should solve the problem of depersonalization and preserving the nature of the data. The problem of depersonalization is solved by the generation of artificial data by definition. So it remains to check the consistency of the prediction results of the same models on the original and generated data. The data structure used in the research is shown on the screen. And to test the approach, 3 data sets were generated. Each feature was graphed for a visual representation of the comparison with the original data. So generated 1, generated 2, generated 3 corresponds to the first, second, and third generated sets of data. Original corresponds to the initial data. On the ordinate axis are the percentages corresponding to the number, percentage, of the corresponding values. The similarity of the curves on the graphs once again confirms that the nature of data remained unchanged and the distribution among the values took place taking into account the frequency of occurrences of the values in the sample. So we have a different amount of new data that preserves the properties of the original, so we can start testing hypotheses. An important point is that the sets for testing should be taken from the initial ones, because even if the properties are preserved, the generated data still remains artificial. To solve the problem, it is necessary to choose a training set, choose a test set from the source data, create a machine learning model, train the model on the training set, make predictions on the test set, calculate the matrix of the results, and draw conclusions to what extent the predicted values correspond to reality. Below is the code of the described actions, namely how the data and the model were prepared. Random forest classifier method was used for this task. One of the most common data structures when working with machine learning models is a decision tree. A decision tree is a structure that includes a root node, branches, and leaf nodes. Each internal node represents an attribute validation, each branch represents the result of validation, and each terminal node contains a class label. The topmost node is in the tree is the root node. A set of decision trees forms a forest of decision trees. So based on this story, there are methods random forest classifier and random forest regressor, depending on the model. A random forest is a meta-estimator that fits a number of decision tree classifiers on various subsamples of the data set and uses averaging to improve the predictive accuracy and control over fitting. In this task, we use random forest classifier. So on the screen, we see preparation steps such as reading data from files, factorizing features, creating target objects, removing values that should be predicted, normalizing data, and defining the model. Next, in the next image, the final steps are performed, training and obtaining predictions, after which the metrics are calculated. It can be seen from the table. It can be seen from the table that the indicators are quite successful on all data sets. By definition, for all indicators except the false positive rate in the success of the model is directly proportional to the approach of the matrix values to 1. For false positive rate, on the contrary, it is better when the value approach 0 by definition. The most important thing to focus on is F1 score, as this metric is comprehensive and balanced to determine the success of the entire model. For some data sets, generated 1 and generated 2, F1 score is better than for the original data set. This is possible because the artificial data is generated from probabilities of the original data, which ensures data uniformity and the absence of noise and outliers in the artificial data, which isolated noise or corrupted data in the original data may be missed during preparation for use. The similarity of the metric values once again supports the hypothesis that the nature of the data is preserved and the predictions are performed quite well, around 90%, according to the metric results. So the next task is to predict the price of health insurances, and the data set was taken from Kaggle 2. This time we are dealing with continuous values. Since this is a regression problem, the data structure is presented below. And the data preparation algorithm is similar to the previous problem. Therefore, the math prediction of values and metrics are considered in more detail in the next image because they differ from the previous example. But overall, the steps are the same: fitting, predicting, and evaluating. The only difference is that the evaluating metrics used are those used for regression problem models. So the presented table lists the metrics used for regression problems. By definition, the most successful model is the closer R2 and explained variance score to 1 and mean absolute percentage error to 0. The similarity of the indicators confirms the preservation of the nature of the data and their homogeneity. All data sets show the good matrix values, but the performance of artificial data sets can occur due to the absence of exceptions or damaged objects as determined by the artificial data set construction algorithm. Thus, artificial sets constructed by the proposed method can be used for regression problems, thereby allowing depersonalization and data synthesis. This research proposes, in addition to non-static explorations and data substitutions, to generate artificial data sets based on Bayesian models. It also automatically determines the nature of the data and generate artificial depersonalized data, the effectiveness of which has been practically confirmed. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very brilliant presentation. And any question, please, from attenders?
May I have one?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for your presentation. It is really practical and practically applicable case. And my question is, did you try training your models on data sets with data time when you have fields with data time, not only fluid numbers, but also
Yes, thank you so much for your question. It's a great point to speaking about valuable insights. And yes, I tested some parts of this algorithm in my practical work. I was working for gaming industry, and I was discovering user churn rate. And so we need to predict for each day, and depending on the days that the user is inside our game, when it is going to leave. And the purpose of this research was to determine it, to give him some great things, some bonuses to stay encouraged him in our game. And so for this reason, I understand what is the problem with time series, and we just kind of factorized it and translated it to some int numbers. And also, this algorithm is a little bit time consuming, and we just pre-calculated for this reason. And we just translated our time series to something that we can better use and more friendly to us.
And what are the results of doing this?
Sure. It was pretty good results. We understood that we need to break down to senior players and new bias players. And senior players, F1 score was about 98%, but new bias players were 83% F1 score. So it was quite good, but new bias had a lower percentage of an F1 score because we didn't know their kind of behavior exactly, because they spent a little time in our game.
Okay.
So much.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Again, I think that we have to switch to a next presentation. Next presentation is a number 2370. It's exploration of application of project teaching method in course of urban public transport planning and operation management. So the presenter may start the presentation. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nanfan Zhang.
Everyone. I'm Zhang Nanfan from Nanning University.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
to present my thesis about public transport planning and operation management. The paper was supported by the following funds.
出了点问题。
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nanfan Zhang from Nanning University. The paper I'm going to present to you today is entitled Exploring the Application of Project Teaching Method in Urban Bus Planning and Operation Management course. And I'm joined by Chun Bao and Jianqiu Chen. I'm happy to be able to participate in this conference today. And now I will share with you the main content of my thesis. This project is supported
The second
by
best of school level teaching team in 2019.
Sorry.
effective teaching design teaching team.
把你这个
And
视频关掉，
learning
不急。
second batch of teaching reform
你有视
project
频吗？
of specialized
那边有视频在
innovation
播放吗？
对，我不知道怎么关掉。
curriculum.
是你是浏览器的，是不是浏览器打开的，还是播放器？
对，浏览器打开的。
你把浏览器关掉，现在也不需要浏览器啊。
好。我现在把浏览器关掉了。那或者
可以，你再继续，来继续。
好，谢谢。This project is supported by the second batch of school-level teaching team in 2019, applied effective teaching design teaching team, and Nanning University's second batch of teaching reform project of specialized innovation integration curriculum. This is the main content of the article. 1. Introduction. 2. Analysis of current situation and project of circulation development. 3. Application of project-based teaching method in the curriculum. 4. Application effectiveness evolution. Abstract. On July 13, 2020, the General Office of the Ministry of Education and the General Office of Ministry of Industry and Information Technology issued a notice on the guide for the construction of modern industrial colleges for child implementation as a local application-oriented university. Nanning University should actively explore the development paths of modern industrial colleges in the process of training students and introduction course teaching. The urban public transport planning and operations management course provides students with a holistic and systematic understanding of public transport in areas such as in the new education context. Teachers need to improve teaching methods in order to enable students to better meet the employment needs of an enterprise after graduation and to meet the requirements of the higher quality economic development. And the introduction of the project teaching method plays a crucial role in the teaching reform of the course, transforming the traditional dark field teaching to employment explore teaching. Analysis of the current situation and problems of curriculum development, current status of course construction. The course on urban public transport planning and operation management is offered in the second semester in the third of the transportation major with a total of 48 hours and 3 credits, 2 classes per week and 2 hours per class. Analysis of the current situation and the problems of curriculum development. Analysis problems. Students' knowledge of curriculum is not systematic. 2. Students lack practical application skills. In summary, there is a large gap between the old particular and the new school's objective for the training of the students and the curriculum needs to be reformed. 3. Application of the project-based teaching methods in the curriculum in order to improve the teaching quantity and the effective of the course to meet teaching philosophy and an applied university, especially to meet the requirements of the construction of a modern industrial college. The course teaching and the research has introduced the project teaching method. Analysis of the fit between the introduced project and the course content. The projects chosen for the teaching process are perfectly matched to the teaching content, and as the project content progresses, students can fully grasp the learning content of the course through the teaching. Application of the project-based teaching methods in the curriculum. Methods of the progress for achieving course objectives through projects. Conducting lectures on the introduction to public transport. In order to improve students' practical ability, the course team involved tutors from design institutes to co-teach. The main consideration of the projects introduced is that they can be linked to the course content in the teaching progress, reflecting the principle of linking theory practice. Conducting project field research. In order to ensure that the teaching projects are achieved, teachers need to be familiar with both the course and the project in the process of project teaching method. Application of project-based teaching methods in the curriculum. Urban public transportation that demand forest. During the course of the lesson, students followed the tutor with questions to gain a deep understanding and be able to complete the traffic demand foresting independently. Public transport development patterns of route optimization. In the process of carrying out the analysis of public transport development patterns, the teaching guides in the students through the analysis of the project to the content of urban public transport infrastructure. Application of project-based teaching methods in the curriculum. Optimization of public transport stations. Public transport stations are divided into 4 main categories: repair workshops, parking yards, bus interchange hubs, and bus intermediate. Implementation, assessment, and implementation recommendations. In addition to acquire the technical knowledge of public transport, students will also need to learn the latest methods of public transport planning and design, understand national policies and regulations, and learn from the experiments of other cities' excellent public transport development. Course assessment. The purpose of the course assessment is to make teachers clear about learning effect of the students. Application effects of evaluation. By analyzing the results of the survey, 88% of the students are very satisfied with the teaching methods and the format of the course, and 12% were satisfied. Conclusion. This paper analyzes the problems in the current situation of urban public transport planning and the operation management costs, compliance the new requirements for education in the new area, explores the application of the project teaching method in undergraduate courses in applied universities, and explains the process of realizing the project teaching method and the evaluation of its effects, which is a good reference for similar course teaching efforts in the future. This paper analyzes the extent to which the select of projects for a course fits with the content to be mastered in the course, and shows that the application of the method achieves the content of objectives of the course. This paper elaborates on the process and the methods in implication and the project teaching method, the whole process of teaching the course. For the part of the course content of the students have been mastered well enough, they adopt to invite enterprise tutors to co-teach to ensure the effectiveness of the project teaching method. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any question, please?
Thank you. I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Mrs. Zhang, your research is about the application of project-based teaching method in the curriculum. I really like this topic, and it makes sense, and it's appreciate that your school, as an application-oriented university, is using this pedagogy. Here, I have some doubts. The first one, will you use of the project-based teaching method in the course, neglect the students' learning of the underlying theory, resulting in students only doing but not understanding the principles? Number two, why are you using this method in bus planning and operations management? Are you currently using this method with your students, and how well are they learning and accepting? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. My school is Nanning University, a local application-oriented university which mainly serves the economic development of Guangxi Zhuang Automotive region, where the school is located. By training application-oriented talents, I use the project teaching method in my course based on my use of teaching summaries and tracking students' learning results. Initially, the course did not use the project teaching method, and I found that students were less able to apply what they had learned. So I had been thinking about how to solve this problem. In recent years, I have introduced the project teaching method in the course, and I have found that students are more motivated in class. Plus, they are more able to solve. As for your concern about theoretical learning, I have distributed the theoretical knowledge in the course of the project. So you don't have to worry about students only doing, but not understanding the principles. And the two questions, because this course is so specialized and at the same time, so closely linked to the actual bus planning and the operations that need to be addressed. Students will apply their knowledge from this course directly after graduation. Therefore, using the project teaching method allows students to have based-on skills at school and saves them time of having to be trained later in the workplace, which is beneficial for both the students and the company, and for the school, which allows teachers to teaching more effective. The second question, we have now used the project teaching method in 3 sessions of the students, and I have used an anonymous questionnaire to find out how the students are doing after course. Therefore, during the teaching process, most of the students were able to accept the project teaching method. For who could not accept the project teaching method, I conducted an analysis of the reasons and found that they basically lacked the ability to think and did not like to do things. So I provide special after-school tutorials for these students so that they could learn easily within their ability. So they also slowly lacked the project teaching method because in the process of learning, they got a sense of achievement. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have to switch to our next presentation. Next presentation is a number 2305. Its presentation titled Collaborative Education Mechanism of In-Depth Integration Between Schools and Enterprise under background of the construction of ICCSEE, taking the measure of data science and big data technology of Nanning University as an example. So, presenter may start his presentation. Sorry, you don't on your microphone. We don't hear you.
没有开麦克风，听不到。
Yeah. Please turn on your microphone.
Wait, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, now my name is Lu Zhixiang. I'm come from Nanning University. The theme of my report is collaborative education mechanism of in-depth integration between schools and enterprises under the background of the construction of new engineering, taking the major of data science and big data technology of Nanning University as an example. This context. Part 1, Introduction. The Made in China 2025 strategy comprehensive that China's economic development evolves to a new stage with more advanced form, more complex division of labor, and more reasonable structure. Engineering talents should not only have solid technical capabilities, but also have comprehensive qualities such as globalization perspective, cultural awareness, innovation, and entrepreneurship. National leaders have rapidly stressed that we should promote collaborative innovation between industry, university, and research, actively participate in the implementation of innovation-driven development strategy, and focus on cultivating innovative, compound, and application-oriented talents. How to coordinate the interests and responsibilities of both schools and enterprises and achieve benign integration is the core issue of building a free E and middle-class education integration and collaborative education mechanism. And part 2, literature review. 1. Integration of production and education is an important way to cultivate high-quality application-oriented talents. In October 2019, the National Pilot Implementation Plan for the Integration of Industry and Education emphasizes that the integration of industry and education is an important basis for the reform of human resources in China, and it is to solve the mismatch between talents cultivation and industrial demand in China's economic and social development. As an important mode of collaborative education in the context of industrial transformation and upgrading, industry education integration and effectively promote the integrated development of education and industry, and is an important way to cultivate high-quality application-oriented talents. And number two, the needs of local regional economic development. In order to implement the spirit of the notice of the State Council on printing and distributing the action plan for promoting the development of big data, promote industrial innovation and development, and speed up the construction of the China ASEAN Information Port, the People's Government of Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region issued a series of documents, including the development plan for the information and innovation industry of Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region 2021 to 2025, the development plan for the digital economic of Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region 2018 to 2025, and clearly proposed the construction of big data infrastructure. The construction of Digital Guangxi was fully launched. And three, the needs of professional construction. Nanning University is a resource-constrained, local newly built, application-oriented university with relatively weak resources such as teaching staff, teaching software and hardware, which is difficult to meet the training needs of information technology professionals. Through the in-depth cooperation between schools and enterprises, the educational logic and industrial logic are connected to realize the connection between professional education and industrial production, and the connection between curriculum teaching and professional positions. At the same time, the problem of insufficient teachers and teaching resources in the school is solved, and the problem of the disconnection between theoretical teaching and actual production is solved. And four, main problems faced by school enterprise collaborative education. A, there is no mature and stable education mode for the construction of 3E. B, incomplete multi-party responsibility and authority mechanism. C, lack of scientific evaluation system. And part 3 is the methodology. 1. College and enterprise in-depth integration and joint construction of professional ideas with the reform concept of professional construction and industrial development in the same direction and in the same direction as the same industry. The demand side promoting the structural reform and construction of the professional supply side as the reform direction, and comprehensively implementing the reform task of cultivating morality and educating people, adhere to the open path of professional construction and development, take the integration of industry and education as the starting point, with the help of external forces of emerging industries, and through schools, enterprise cooperation to build, change, improve, and strengthen measures, constantly strengthen the construction of professional connection, promote the application-oriented transformation of professional, improve the level of professional construction, and cultivate professional characteristic. And 2, deepen the reform of the cooperative education mechanism between schools and enterprises, and continue the reform and innovation of the cultivation mode of application-oriented talent. A, professional ecological construction with resource integration, team integration, management integration, and teaching integration and cultural integration as the starting point of reform. Deepen the reform of industrial education integration mechanism based on the community of interests. Deepen cooperative development. Create a new education community that integrates talent training, scientific research, technological innovation, and enterprise services, student entrepreneurship, and other functions, and rigorously promote the sound development of professional ecology. And B, the continuous improvement and innovation of the talent training mode of the cooperation between industry and education through the 10 joint construction of the industry colleges industry education cooperation plan, curriculum, teaching materials, teaching training, resource sharing, and project setting, teaching management, and the quality evolution and employment assistance. The new mode and path of industry education, cooperation, and application-oriented talent curriculum cultivation in line with application-oriented universities will be reconstructed, and the role of the 2 education subjects in the process and each link of application-oriented talent cultivation will be given full play. And 3, establish a teacher development and training mechanism focused on training goal of double teachers and double abilities, and build an excellent team. A, innovate the training mechanism and promote the transformation and construction of teachers. B, establish high-level talent introduction and training measures, and build a high-level mixed teaching team with schools, enterprises, connectivity, combination of full-time and part-time, and complementary advantages. C, implement the double leadership system of school and enterprises, and innovate the construction mode of teaching grassroots organization. D, focus on the training goal of double teachers and double ability to build an excellent team. And 4, promote the comprehensive reform of professional education and teaching with advanced quality assurance concept. A, adhere to the student-centered concept and promote the reform of the main function of quality. B, adhere to output-oriented concept and promote the reform of quality factor allocation. C, adhere to the concept of continuous improvement and promote the reform of quality assurance methods. And part 3, results. 1, cost effectiveness. The evolution of the quality of talent training mode can establish the evolution indicators of talent training quality from the aspects of curriculum effectiveness, employment quality, basic work ability, and significant analysis is made on the survey data graduate of data science and big data technology in our university after graduation in recent 2 years through questionnaires. The employment of students half a year after graduation is relatively stable, and they can correctly elevate the importance of their ability requirements in work. and conduct data analysis on the importance and satisfaction of the curriculum provided by the graduating students to analyze the effectiveness of the curriculum. And according to the above formula, the curriculum effectiveness index of this major in 2021 and 2022 is 0.40 and 0.68 respectively. It can be seen that the school enterprise in-depth industry university integration collaborative education model can dynamically adjust the curriculum according to the market demand to meet the actual work needs of talents. And according to above the formula, the employment quality index of this major in 2021 to 2022 is 0.66 and 0.74 respectively. It can be seen that the school enterprise deep industrial university integration collaborative education model flexibly adjusts the talent training program, and the employment quality is getting better and better. Conclusion: non-university and enterprises have deeply integrated production and education and jointly built a 3E specialty under the mode of artificial intelligence industrial college, aiming at the cultivation of application-oriented talents, seeking development based on the integration of production and education, adhering to the theoretical guidance of OBE professional certification of student center, ability output, and continuous improvement, and exploring the effective path of production and education integration based on the 5 integration and 10 joint mechanism innovation of schools and enterprises, the construction of the new model of application-oriented talent cultivation of production and education cooperation with 2 main bodies and 2 main lines, has achieved remarkable results, showing strong development vitality. And thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, any question, please, for presenter?
I have some questions. Mr. Lu, you mentioned about that the school and enterprises, but you see these school and enterprises are really different. So my first question is how to build a deep integration and collaborative education model between school and enterprises. And the second question is how to promote curriculum construction and reform. And the third question is how to promote the comprehensive reform of professional education and teaching. Thank you.
Thank you. The first question is that first, college and enterprises in-depth integration and joint construction of professional ideas. Then, deepen the reform of the cooperative education mechanism between schools and enterprises. Finally, establish a teacher development and training mechanism. The second question is that how first curriculum system reform, and then curriculum content reform, and finally first-class curriculum building. And the final question is that first adhere to the student-centered concept and promote the reform of the main function of quality. Then adhere to the output-oriented concept and promote the reform of quality factor allocation. Finally, adhere to the concept of continuous improvement and promote the reform of quality assurance methods.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Yes.
I think we have say thank you very much for a presenter, and after this we have to switch to our next presentation. Next presentation have number 2429, mathematical modeling of state of complex landscape system with a wind farm. And who is presenter of this presentation? Oh, Elvira, I see. You may start.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me introduce our research. My name is Elvira Jumele, and my co-authors are Taras Boyko, Maria Ruda, Orest Kochan, and Ivan Solomon. In recent times, there has been a surge in the adoption of innovative energy technologies that are aimed at developing efficient power grids, advanced accounting and settlement systems, managing energy demands, and energy storage solutions. When we consider the impact of human activities on the environment, we can view each component as a cyber-physical system. This perspective is possible when we use computer algorithms to monitor the integration mechanisms. The development of industrial cyber-physical systems typically involves 5 standard processes, one of which is the cyber implementation process. The purpose of the study is to create a cyber twin for a wind turbine to simulate and predict the states of an individual complex landscape system, CLS, in which a wind farm operates. The study presents a methodology for modeling the interaction between man-made and ecological system in various regions. To accomplish this, an integrated approach is required that simulates the interaction in a wind turbine and the complex landscape system throughout its life cycle, such a cyber-physical system. The process of cyber implementation involves creation a cyber twin to describe the system state, comparing it with a real device and synthesizing the system. This process can be based on the application of the compartment concept of the complex landscape system for an ecosystem and the product life cycle concept for the wind turbine. As a result of the interaction of the listed natural components and anthropogenic factors, the specific system of CLS is formed. In the presented system, all values acquired mainly 3 indices. I1 to denote the area of space, I2 to denote the geophysical environment, and I3 to indicate the impact. If the CLS consists of N compartments and M impacts are considered, then we can use equation 1. Since the impacts in the process of transfer from the layers to the subsystems of the compartments and from one compartment to another compartment do not arise and do not disappear, then we will obtain equation 2. The coefficients Chi Yj from T are the probabilities of the states P Yj from T of the corresponding matrix of states P, and the transition intensity lambda Yj from T of the corresponding matrix of transition intensities lambda of the concentration of harmful substances or compartments from state Y to state J. Formalization of graphs of the interaction of the CLS compartment and wind turbine is carried out by means of the Kolmogorov system of differential equation. Simulation computer modeling of the process of obtaining the result of experimental studies on wind turbines during their life cycle was carried out. The result of modeling the effects of harmful substances considering the scenario of waste management. The positive impact of waste management scenario on reducing the impact of harmful substances for each category considers 11 impact categories, which you can see on this slide. The typical ecological models represent the impacts. In particular, the impacts on human health is expressed by the indicator daily disability-adjusted life years. The impact on the ecosystem quality is expressed as an indicator of affected species of living organisms, potential affected fraction, or an indicator of loss of living organism, potentially disappeared fractions. Potentially affected fraction and potentially disappeared fraction are determined by evaluating the toxicity of substances to various organisms such as microorganisms, fish, mollusks, amphibians, worms, and plants in both terrestrial and aquatic environments. The outcome of modeling the effects of hazardous substances is a complication of potential impacts on the environment. This record of effect scores designated for each category is referred to as the environmental profile of the product or services. The environmental profile of the entire wind turbine life cycle is shown on this slide. It is shown the environmental load of the impact categories which were chosen for the analysis. It displays the sets of 4 scores. Each one represented the impact on one of the 4 categories: resource depletion, global warming, acidification, and ozone depletion. During the next step, the load exposure is calculated using the European average data. There are 3 categories of damage: human health, ecosystem quality, and resource depletion. The first impact category is related to human health and includes radiation, ecotoxicity, cancerogens, respiratory substances, ozone depletion, and climate change. The second category covers acidification or eutrophication and land use. The third category, known as resource depletion, encompasses natural resources, minerals, and fossil fuels. The value for each impact category are combined to provide a total impact score. The effect of non-human health is expressed as DLE, which stands for Disability Adjusted Life Years. On this slide, you can see the distribution of the values of environmental indicators obtained in the study for 4 stages in the wind farm life cycle: manufacture, dismantling and disposal, operation, and transportation and installation. To predict the potential impact of wind turbines on the CLS, it is necessary to study the dynamics of the states of hierarchical structure and their components. It can be achieved by solving system of different equations 3 using the 4th order numerical range-Kuta method under the given initial condition, equation 4. Using the method of approximate calculation and computer technology, the solution of the system of equation 3 can be written as it is shown on the slide in equation 5 and in equation 6. The study of the CLS as an object which with a hierarchical structure in the stationary mode when t approaches infinity and dp by dt is equal 0 is carried out using numerical method based on the solution of a system of algebraic equations whose matrix notation takes the form lambda P is equal 0, where lambda is the matrix of intensities of transitions from state to state, and P is the matrix of states probabilities. Using the Haletsky scheme of the Gauss numerical method, we find Pn minus 1, and P0 using recurrent formulas 8 in the following order 9. So thus it is obvious that any man-made energy generation facility, even if it is classified as so-called green energy, has a negative impact on the environment. A wind turbine as an object of this kind should be considered throughout all stages of its life cycle. It is assumed that the process of spreading and transformation of impact or pollutants in the layers and subsystems for a certain period of time can be described in simplified form by a linear operator that connects the stage of the system and the previous and the next point of time. It obtained an integrated system of categories and indicators of wind farm impacts on the layers and subsystems of the CLS compartment. The use of waste management scenarios, it's possible to assess the potential reduction of harmful effects. But it was found that for the categories of fossil fuels, they cannot be used, and for the categories of ozone layer depletion and respiratory nor organic effects, the use of waste management scenarios has the opposite effect and increases the harmful impacts. According to the research, that dismantling and disposal stages on the wind turbines life cycle show the most potential for significant reductions in harmful environmental impacts when using waste management scenarios. Ecological profiles were developed, which made it possible to present the impacts during the life cycle of wind turbine systems in the form of eco-indicators. The greatest harmful environmental impact with an eco-indicator value of 14.1 occurs during the manufacturing stage of wind turbines, which is associated with the type of electricity used. The study of the dynamics of states of hierarchical structures and their elements is carried out on the basis of solving system of differential equation using the fourth order Range-Kutta numerical method. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any question, please? Okay. If there is no question from the other attenders, I'll let for question from myself. Do you estimate your model into equivalence? I mean, is your model is equivalent to a real practical results?
Unfortunately, we plan to do this in our future researches.
Okay, I understand. So, as I heard your presentation, I have realized that also you have to add some experimental part, and this experimental part will show this equivalence model to a real practice results. Okay, thank you very much. Any question, please, more? If there is no any question, thank you very much again, and we have to switch to our next presentation. Also, I would like to remember all the participants about time limits. Now we have switched from a time limit for about 15 minutes. So try to be a compact, try to be make a short presentation in 10, maybe even 8 minutes. And for question, we have just limit time for 5 minutes. It's no problem. Okay. Next presentation is 23 and 58, logical relationship analysis and architectural design of logistic engineering curriculum based on ISM model. Presenter, please, you may start your presentation.
Yeah, here it is.
Okay.
Could everyone see my screen sharing? Here?
Yeah.
Could everyone see?
Yeah.
My voice is clear?
You may start.
Okay, thank you. Just spare me a second. Okay. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm Hua Shengsu, and one of the teammates of this essay, and also work as a lecturer in a university in China. Please allow me to introduce our team's essay. Topic of this essay is logical relationship analysis and architecture design of logistics engineering curriculum based on the RSMN model. And the first author is a leader, Li Junjiang, who works as Deputy Dean of Business School of Nanning University. And other three others, Niswani Wei and Lei Zhao and I. So let's start it. Under the background of the rapid development of new technologies, such as big data and artificial intelligence, blockchain, the market requirements for logistics talents have changed dramatically. So to cultivate talents suitable for industry enterprises, our program uses the ISM method to systematically analyze the hierarchical relationship between the courses and the new system. And on this basis, we're trying to combine with the actual situation of the course and teaching arrangement and construct the curriculum topology map of logistics engineering specialty, which makes the talent training and ideas clearer. Also optimize the connection relationship between the course opening. So our sharing will be divided into 5 parts. And the first part is introduction and the literature review. And the third part is the research process and improving the course structure. And the last one is our conclusion. So we come to our first part, introduction. As we all know, modern logistics is the support for the efficient development of modern economy. Development of logistics plays a key role in high quality development of the national economy. In China, the scale of the social logistics business has maintained an overall growth trend from 2011 and 2021. And the total amount of social logistics has exceeded 330 trillion yuan in 2021. Firstly, the new technologies has made a giant development in the past few years, like big data, artificial intelligence, and also like blockchain, which has promoted in the updating and iteration of the logistics, making manufacturing and service industries face new challenge. Then, this new circumstances also boost the born of the new ideas like new business forms and new retail model. Finally, how to make the adjusted curriculum system more systematic and scientific has become the primary target to cope with the change in environments. So we go into the next part. Many experts have made a further investigation on the logistics professional education. We can do a brief review in this part too, literature review, like Japan or like the United States. United States and other countries started research earlier and have to do some valuable experience. Like Japan is one of the country with high level of logistics modernization, and is also the most effective country to combine industrial production with logistics management. And the curriculum is not only multifaceted, but also professional. And it's combined to cultivating solely basic knowledge of logistics student. In UK, and their logistic education pays more attention to modularity and the level of logistics, professional teaching and scientific research ranks the world's leading position, which has been recognized by the international academic and industrial circles, and has certain international authority. In China, the logistics major have been established for a short time. In 1994, the logistics management specialty was first established, and a curriculum system based on management and operational research, economics, and information technology was established. And in 2001, and the Ministry of Education approved some colleagues and university in China to set up logistics engineering undergraduate program. Although scholars at home and abroad have done some research on the curriculum system of logistics and engineering specialty, most of them are based on the background of the times and or a certain research perspective on the composition of professional courses. And while the research on the logical level and the structure of various courses within the professional and curriculum system is relatively lacking. So therefore, this paper selects the interpretative structure model and ISM to analyze the level of logistics engineering professional course and clarify the logical relationship between the courses in order to improve the systematic nature of the course system and scientific nature of the course teaching organization. So our next part, we are going through the research process. So first, please allow me to introduce the definition of the ISM model. ISM model was developed by American school professor Warfield in 1973 as a method to analyze the structural problems by complex social and economic system. It can effectively sort out the relationship between various courses and form the curriculum hierarchy, effectively promote the scientific and effective development of professional curriculum teaching organization. Then we have 3 steps. The first steps, we're going to establish an experts group to extract elements and determine the relationship between elements. And the 4 teachers were selected from logistics engineering and related disciplines. And 1 industry expert was invited to form an expert group to study the curriculum system. The expert group will discuss the training plan for 2022 and talents of logistics engineering specialty and extra elements from it. And after removing the relatively independent general education courses, such as like ideological and political courses and university sports like that, and from the professional perspective, the expert group included 44 courses into the system research elements and coded them and confirmed the prerequisite relationship between the course. And we can see from the table 1. The second step, we're trying to establish the adjacency matrix and find out the reachability matrix. We're based on the prerequisite relationship between the above courses and the 44 times 44, and let the IB identify the matrix of the same order as A and calculate the reachable matrix M, and according to the following formula 1, you can see from the screen. So we're going to the third part, the third steps, and decompose the reachable absolute matrix and find out the hierarchical relationship of elements. And we're trying to define 2 sets, RSI and ASI. You can see from the screen, and RSI means the set of all elements that can be reached from SI. It's called the reachable set. And ASI stands for the set of all possible elements. It's called the antecedent set. And we use RSI and ASI to find the set of R and A. And according to the results of RSI equal to ASI, the hierarchical relationship between of curriculum elements is obtained. And because there are 44 elements in this study, and which are a larger number and difficult to calculate, and the above contents are calculated in an analysis with the help of SPSSAU software. The results shown that 44 curriculum elements are divided into 12 levels as shown in table 2. We can see from there, and see figure 1 for the relationship between the course elements. So according to the above ISM analysis of a hierarchical relationship between the courses of logistics engineering and the graduate courses, and 44 courses elements are divided into 12 levels. Now, among with the basics courses such as like advanced mathematics and college computer foundation and college foreign language, and are at the lowest level, and comprehensive courses such as like digital supply chain solution design and central simulation experiments of logistics enterprise operation are at the highest level. The hierarchical structure of the curriculum elements classifies the logic relationship between the courses, which will be conducted to scientific and reasonable organization and arrangement of curriculum teaching activities. So we'll go into the fourth part. The next part is improving the curriculum system, the structure of logistics engineering. We can see from the figure 2, we have 2 advantages. And the first one is compared with the original curriculum system. The improved logistics engineering curriculum system is more consistent and prominent in the main line of benchmarking ability training, and the logic of course opening is much clearer. The goal of training logistics engineering professionals is to cultivate high quality application oriented talents and who have the basic theory, basic knowledge and basic skills necessary for logistics engineering and adapt to the needs of digital international supply chain. And after the improvement of the system structure of logistics engineering course, and it clearly reviewed the course contents modules corresponding to these abilities, and mainly including mathematical methods and tools modules composed of courses such as like advanced mathematics and linear algebra, probability theory and operational research and data statistics and analysis, something like that. And the course module corresponds to the ability training and has clear logic in the sequence and timing of courses, and which can better support the achievement of the training objective of logistics engineering professionals. So we'll have the conclusion there. And we'll go into the 5 parts. And based on the new curriculum system established by the logistics engineering specialty, and according to the change of talent demand in the new environment, our paper better reviews the hierarchical relationship between the courses in the logistics engineering specialty curriculum system, and by using the RSM method, and effectively and helps to sort out the curriculum structure. On one hand, the improved curriculum topology can clearly see the composition of the curriculum modules and correspond to the requirement of student ability training, and which helps to clearly grasp the main line of training ideas in the implementation of talent training. And on the other hand, more clearly and orderly sorting out the logic of the course and promoting the implementation of the course more systematic and scientific, and helping to promote the high quality development of the logistics talent training. So our paper and explore the application of ISM methods, ISM model to the research of the professional curriculum system structure, scientifically and objectively analyzes the hierarchical relationship among the courses in the system, and makes the various and disordered course orderly and the mutual relationship clear, and which can provide reference for the in-depth study of curriculum system of all majors. And that's all we want to share with you guys, and thank you so much. Any question?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please, any question?
Thank you.
Hello, Teacher Su. Thank you for your sharing.
Yeah.
After listening to your report, I have made a lot of profit. Now I have 2 questions to consult with you. Question 1, as we can see from your research, the curriculum system is established by the whole new internal connection through the application of ASM model. What benefits can bring to the optimization of curriculum structure?
So appreciate your question, and thank you so much. And through the RSM model, our curriculum structure is more consistent and stick to the main line of benchmarking ability training. And after improvements, the arrangement of courses will be more scientific and hierarchical. For example, like the mathematical methods and tools module, and modern computer technology module, like engineering basic knowledge, mainly concentrate in the first to fifth semesters. And while the interdisciplinary modules courses of the modern technology and integration are located into the 6th or 7th semesters, and the whole structure of the curriculum with this will emphasis on the internal logic. And thank you.
The question 2, based on your curriculum development framework, what kind of innovation points we can see from your design? Thank you.
And cheers. As I mentioned before, the design of the curriculum structure was preferred to experiments, and it's very experience and lacking of the flexibility of actively adjust under the change of environments. So based on the ISM model, and it helps us to rank or classify the internal logic relationship of the curriculum, and making the the layer of the lectures more scientific and efficiency. And that's the point. And thanks a million.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
So if there is no any new question, in this case, we have to switch to a next presentation. Next presentation have ID 2430, and this presentation title, Development of Distributed System for Electric Personal Transporter Charging. I see that that is already uploaded. The presentation, you may start.
Sorry, my microphone was switched off. Okay, let's start. The analysis shows growing of the market of electrical transportation all over the world. And the market of all types of small electrical transportation or personal electrical transportation is also growing. In some personal electrical transportation, you can see on picture, and all of us see them all around. And the prediction of near future of such type of transport is also very optimistic. It means that it demands the increase in the possibility of charging infrastructure. The analysis of existing charging stations infrastructure using Google Maps service show its limited possibility and orientation on electrical cars. You can see the picture, some of existing charging stations. Usually they are not compatible with personal electrical transportation. And some result of this analysis is presented on the table. You can see that there is near 10,000 inhabitants per charging station, and charging station usually has up to 6 charging channels. And this capacity is not enough for electrical cars, therefore it's small probability that charging station will increase the possibility to cover the personal electrical transportation. And in the present time, charging of personal electrical transportation batteries is provided by the user, usually at home. And it limits the distance of operation, and we propose a system of charging that is situated in public places where users spend a lot of time, like university, school, cinema, concert hall, and so on, where user can come by personal electrical transportation and connect to our system and order charging. We expect that this approach will increase the operating distance of personal electrical transportation and increase the implementation. And the requirements to this system are presented. And we expect that the system will be user-oriented. The control of the system is based on special mobile application. And the structure of proposed system is presented. It is based on the structure of smart data acquisition systems that is recommended by the set of standards IEEE 1451 and consists of 3 levels. The highest hierarchical level is presented by servers that provide communication with user, the application, and control whole system. The lowest hierarchical level is presented by charging controllers. that provides switching on and off charged battery to electrical power network, measurement charging mode, indication, and so on. And the intermediate here, level of the system is presented by controller of local area network. It provides communication between charging controllers and server. The scenario of system functionality is like following. User connects his charger to the socket of charging controller and scan QR code of this socket by his application and send appropriate request to the server and wait for answer. Server connect charging controller, which is selected by QR code, and sends the command of switching on the charging mode. After that, send message to user. All these operations are indicated on the indicator of charging controller and in application. And after some time, charging will be switched off with also appropriate message to user. The controller of local area network is of the prototype of presented system is based on Raspberry Pi computer. It's like bridge between server and charging controller. Also, it provides voltage and current measurement for three-phase power network connected. The charging controller. Yes, the charging controller of the prototype of the system is based on Arduino set. It provides decoding server commands, switching on and switching off each channel independently to select it and select the phase for balancing the loading current and message current of each channel. Okay, the requirements are also presented on slide. As I said before, the prototype of presented system is based on Raspberry Pi computer and Arduino microcontroller development kit. And the communication from controller to of local area network to server is based on Wi-Fi and ordinary internet connection protocols, and the communication from Arduino to Raspberry Pi is based on radio ESM radio channel with using electrical power lines as antennas, and so on. In general, we expect that implementation of this system will increase the operation range of personal electrical transportation, and the structure of presented system is ordinary for the system that provide internet connection, and we expect that to give us a positive effect its implementation of the system for decreasing the loading of public transport infrastructure and of our cities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very brief and concrete presentation. Any question, please? If there are no questions, I would like to ask you, as far as I understand, your proposition here is some structure of distributed system. But my question is, maybe you propose some model or mechanism or some methodics which will allow us to improve some characteristic of distributed system? Or you just propose architecture?
At the present time, it's mostly the structure and its implementation using ordinary component which we use for study our students, for example. But if the system will have positive feedback, it's of course the next step is to implement and optimize the structure and probably how to say it, security protection, because at the present time the security and the payment is not considered at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Any question, please? So,
I have a question.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
please. Yes, please.
What are the limitations of the proposed infrastructure?
It depends on the number of channels, but it's increasing is significantly easy in comparison with the infrastructure of existing charging station, because the power that we demand to charging such small batteries is not large, and we expect that it will not be loaded the existing infrastructure power lines.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Any more question? Okay, in this case, thank you very much again for your presentation, and we switch to our next one presentation, this presentation and number 2157, and this presentation has title Target Performance Evaluation of College Logistics, teacher based of AHP SVM under background of double first class construction. So, presenter may start a presentation. Sorry, you have to off your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Chen Yuhuan, a student of teacher Zhang Lei. And my teacher is unable to attend the meeting today due to special reasons. So I will present the paper on my behalf. The topic of his paper is the target performance evaluation of college logistics teachers based on AHP SVN on the background of double first class construction. The paper is divided into 5 parts. And the part 1 is introduction, part 2, principle description, part 3, application and test of SVN, part 4, empirical evaluation, part 5, conclusion. Introduction. Previous students mainly used one method to study the performance appraisal of college teachers. However, the performance appraisal of college teachers is characterized by complex assessment objectives, difficult to quantify assessment indicators, and large subjectivity. So the method combining quantitative analysis and the quantitative analysis is more suitable for the performance appraisal of college teachers. Therefore, this paper puts forward an analytical hierarchy process, sports vector machine-based performance evaluation method for college teachers. Principle description. Principle of analytical hierarchy process is a combination of qualitative and quantitative multi-objective decision analysis method can quantify the decision maker's experience judgment, widely used in the case of complex target structures and lack of necessary data analysis and decision, especially for some complicated problems which are difficult to be fully quantified. Satisfactory results can be obtained. Principle of sport vector machines. Statistics learning theory is a machine learning method with solid theoretical foundation developed on the base of traditional statistics. Since the 1990s, other learning methods such as neural networks have encountered difficulties. It has formed a relatively perfect theoretical system, statistical learning theory, and puts forward a new pattern recognition method, sports vector machine. So this research has been paid more and more attention. combination of analytical hierarchy process and sports vector machine. The combination of analytic hierarchy process and sport vector machines is mainly embodied in dividing evaluating index data into hierarchical structure using AHP to determine the weight of each index, and then making comprehensive evaluation by SVM, and finally synthesizing the overall evaluation results. Empirical evaluation. In view of the complexity, multi-objectives, and difficulties in quantitatively evaluating the performance evaluation of college teachers, this paper proposed a method combining analytical hierarchy process with sports vector machine. This paper constructs a performance evaluation model for teachers in colleges and universities. And the model has the characteristics of high precision, simple operation, and not easy to be affected by subject factors. Based on the accumulation of sample data, the model can be continuously trained so as to further improve the accuracy of the model and provide a scientific reference for evaluating the performance level of teachers in vocational college and universities. In conclusion, the results on teachers' performance evaluation in vocational colleges is still in its initial exploration. The constructions of double first class needs to take performance as the levers and reforms as the driving force. So it needs to be actively explored and implemented to build a first-class teach staff so as to achieve the strategic goals of double first-class construction. It's an urgent problem for all colleges and universities to solve at present. Through literature analysis and expert groups discussion, the study established the target performance evaluation index systems of vocational teachers and proposed the evaluation model based on AHP-SVM. The accuracy and rationalities of this evaluation method are demonstrated by the comprehensive evaluation of teachers' goals performance in vocational colleges. Through this method, it is helpful to explore the vocational teachers' target performance evaluation and provide more extensive ideas. And that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was quite compact and short. So, any question, please?
Hello, may I ask 2 questions?
Yes, for sure.
First, is the performance evaluation of college teachers the same as the evaluation of employees by ordinary enterprises? If not, what is the main difference?
Thank you for the question. In general, the basic ideas of evaluating teachers in colleges and universities is the same as the evaluation of employees by enterprise. For example, take your job seriously, successfully complete the work that should be done, and so on. However, teachers are also a special identity. They not only need to complete the tasks of teaching and research, but most fundamentally, they must have full love. Love your students and your post, just like a bird loves its feathers. It can be said that love is the most prominent characteristics of the profession of teachers, and it is also the basic characters that very good teachers must have. In addition, teachers should also be good at business, good at research, and share experience in science and technology with students to help students make better progress.
The objective of the work of employees of the enterprise may break down is make something eliminate. But teachers are different. Their results are aligning with the progressive growth of students are the result of the teachers and the profile of teachers. From this point of view, the evaluation systems and methods are definitely different.
Okay, thanks for your answer. I have one more question. AHP BC, the evaluation is relatively common. What is the purpose of your study to evaluate AHP and SVM in combination? Is the effect obvious?
The objective performance indicators of teachers in vocational colleges. Evaluation methods.
Sorry, you have some problem with the sound. Can you make it louder?
Okay. Based on the independence and linear relationship between the indicators, which cannot fully and efficiently solve the evaluation of teachers' target performance in higher vocational colleges. Sports vector machines are advantages in the efficiency of nonlinear problems. Using it for data processing, it can be better overcome the nonlinear corrections between the various indicators and make the evaluation results more accuracy and objective. Thus, aiming to measure the results of the decision directly and accurately, we evaluate AHP and SVM in combinations in our studies and repeat tangible results. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again for your presentation, for answering on questions. And our next presentation is has a number 2432, title Environmental Pollution with Nuclear Power Plants, Modeling for Khmelnytsky Nuclear Power Plant, Ukraine. And presenter, you may stay your presentation. I think Orest maybe will be presenter.
Hello to everyone.
Hello, you may start.
Yes, thank you. So, my name is Vitaly Ishchenko, and I am working in Vinnytsia National Technical University in Ukraine, and I am one of the co-authors of this paper. So I would like to present this paper today to you. Okay, so as everybody knows, reliable electricity sources are necessary in modern world. It is necessary to maintain critical infrastructure and many other things. And nuclear power becomes the priority electricity source for many countries for the last time. However, nuclear power plants also emit some environmental pollution like any other industry. And there are gases, liquid and solid emissions from nuclear power plants. And obviously, such emissions include also radioactive elements. And according to the energy strategies of many countries, construction of more nuclear power plants is planned. For example, in Ukraine, more nuclear units at existing nuclear power plants are projected with a total capacity up to 22 gigawatts. And national safety, including reliable energy supply, is always of the highest priority. But environmental risk should not be underestimated. And there are many studies revealing radionuclides emission from nuclear power plants. And radionuclides can be disseminated and precipitated at large areas, leading to soil and crop pollution. Modeling of, as an example, modeling of radionuclide emission for the Fukushima nuclear power plant in Japan has found 22% of cesium and 13% of iodine distributed over a huge area over 500,000 square kilometers after the Fukushima accident. And the other studies also reported about long distances of radionuclide dissemination from nuclear power plants. So this research analyzes radionuclides dissemination from nuclear power plant for the case study of Ukrainian power plant. It is called Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant. The objectives of this study are, first, assessment of radionuclides and non-radioactive chemicals concentration in the air near this nuclear power plant, and second, modeling of agricultural products contamination during the maximal projected accident at Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant. For this purpose, we have measured some parameters in the laboratory of the Department of Environmental Protection at this power plant. Air pollution at the area of the power plant was analyzed using high altitude radio sensing of the atmosphere. Air emissions from the turbine condenser ejectors was registered at Shapetivka research station, some 25 kilometers from Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant. The concentration of radionuclides was measured by some radiometers you can see at the screen. And they were combined in special automatic system of radiological control. And the results used in this paper are average for 3 years from 2014 to 2016. Besides contamination of agricultural products with aerosol radionuclides for a maximal projected accident at power plant was calculated based on radionuclides emission and sedimentation. Radionuclides concentrations in agricultural products were calculated as sum of intake by plants from the atmosphere and intake of radionuclides by plants through roots. These intakes can be calculated based on the equations you can see at the screen. Radionuclide concentration in atmosphere and soil contamination with radionuclide can be assessed according to the methodology based on the Gaussian air pollutant dispersion and sedimentation equations. And the input data for this calculation you can see at the slide. Okay, let's go to the results. First of all, we have studied sources of radionuclides emissions from the Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant. And radionuclides can be found in products of, first, nuclear fuel decomposition, activation products, products of construction's corrosion. Even if a nuclear power plant operates as usual, some fission products can be transferred into the heat carrier if damage of the fuel element's coverage happens. And one of the main fission products in the heat carrier of the primary circuit is tritium. It has 12 years half-life. Tritium is generated in the reactor of nuclear power plant as a result of following process: radioactive decay of nuclear fuel, combination of the neutron and deuterium nuclei, interactions of the fast neutrons and reactor constructions, and boric acid activation in the heat carrier of the primary circuit. Also, there are gases emissions generated in the primary circuit: aerosols, tritium water vapor, noble gases, and many other gases. And when the reactor is stopped for a revision, the pressure of the cooling system is decreased, and the reactor lid is removed, and some fuel elements are moved to the storage pool. And when removing these spent fuel elements, air emissions and liquid radioactive waste may be generated in the storage pool, construction revision mine, and revision mine of protecting pipes. Also, radioactive aerosols are emitted into the air mainly from the following equipment. First, ventilation tubes of the reactor, It has emission height over 100 meters. Second, turbine injector, and these two are main sources. And such aerosols contain both short-lived radionuclides and long-lived radionuclides. The data on radionuclides emission from the ventilation tubes of Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant, average for the period I have mentioned before, can be found in this table. We can see the results of this measurement. Okay. Then also we have suspended aerosol particles. They may also emit into the air during transferring the ash and dust. The concentration depends on the surface and meteorological parameters. The highest concentrations of suspended particles in the air near Khmelnytsky power plant were measured in the range 3 to 7 milligrams per cubic meter. It is 4 kilometers to the north from the plant, and a bit lower at 1.65 milligram per cubic meters in some station 5 kilometers to the east from the plant. And at the Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant, up to 90% of non-radioactive air emissions are generated in the boiler room. Concentrations of some chemicals in the air you can see at this table. Then next point is investigation of crop contamination with aerosol radionuclides from this nuclear power plant. The main contribution to the gas aerosol emission is made by inert radioactive gases, which do not directly migrate in ecosystem along food chain, but the expected contribution of iodine radioisotopes and activated corrosion products to the total emission is very small. Many of these radionuclides have several hours half-life only, so they are not mainly problem. When considering radionuclides migration in ecosystems, primary attention should be given to radioisotopes of so-called biogenic chemical elements. To assess the consequences of impact, the estimation of possible values of the territory contamination with radionuclides should be one of the main criteria, along with data on soil and climatic conditions of the territory, features of agriculture manufacturing. And at this figure, you can see main ways of radionuclides intake by human body, along with all food chain from first to our body. And for the region under consideration near Khmelnytsky power plant, there is another important way of radioactive cesium intake by human body. These are mushrooms, berries, and wild animal meat. So we have some kind of additional source of radioactive. So sometimes it's a bit hard to estimate exactly. All these radioactive elements are taken from the air, from radioactive emissions from power plant, or it is from some meat or from mushrooms, for example. For each nuclear power plant, modeling of different emergencies caused by safety failures or personal errors is obligatory. The contamination of agricultural products during the maximal projected accident at Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant is calculated according to the equations I have mentioned before, and you can see it in the table. So once again, this is calculated for maximal projected accident. And as can be seen from this table, main attention should be given to iodine nuclide. These highest concentrations of selected radionuclides in agricultural products are found in vegetables and meat. And contamination level is significantly lower than the estimates given above if urgent measures are done in time. And main conclusions from our study is that total emission from Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant is relatively small, since majority of sources are operating periodically. Chemical concentration in the air near nuclear power plant are mainly found to be below the Ukrainian limits, and only nitrogen dioxide concentration is found to slightly exceed the limit. And the highest concentration are found for argon, nitrogen, xenon, tritium, and krypton radionuclides. And in case of projected accident, the concentrations of radionuclides in agricultural products are found to be very high, even at the distance of 20 kilometers and more from power plant. Thank you for your attention. If you have some questions, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for presentation. Any question, please?
May I ask a question?
Yeah, yes, sure.
Thank you for your informational presentation. It was really thoughtful. I wanted to ask about what is exactly actions like to prevent into if and when some concentrations of these chemicals will increase, and we need to address these issues. What exactly needs to be done to prevent it, and if it will happen to reduce the issue? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would say there are two main actions that can be done. First, it's technological measures. It can be done at the power plant. So first of all operations should be done according to the order, according to the procedure. It's very strict, should be. And if something goes wrong, then time is very important factor in this case. It's hard to do something to, I would say, to prevent, because if accident has happened, then you can only react, and time is the main factor in this reaction. So I would say the most important is second action, to very quickly to assess the climate conditions, from where wind is, for example, the velocity of wind, and if there's some clouds and rain, perhaps, because this influence very much to the possibility of radionuclides dissemination over the territory. So we can assess very quickly what is the direction of possible radioactive cloud movement. And then, of course, this is administrative measures for people to stay at home or for some basements. And because it's, as I said, it's quite hard to do something in technical measures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much again. So my proposition is to switch to our next presentation. Now we have just two presentations in our section before a break. So my proposition is to hear these two presentations, and after this we will make a break about 1 hour. So next presentation is 3011, local optimization of vessel traffic service radar station in expansion process. Is presenter here? Yeah, okay.
Okay, can you see my screen sharing?
Yes, we see.
Okay, it's my honor to deliver my speech. The title of my speech is Location Optimization of Vessel Traffic Service, Radar Station in Expansion Process. And it includes five parts. They are introduction, problem description, mathematical modeling, algorithm description, and the experimental results and the conclusion. So first one, introduction. The frequent occurrence of waterway traffic accidents not only endangers the safety of ships, people, and property, but also damages the environment and has a serious impact on both the development and the use of water areas. The main role of the VTS system is to use communication facilities to realize the monitoring of ships in the supervised water area to ensure the safety of the ship. Since its introduction into China, it has played an important role in maintaining waterway traffic order and ensuring navigation safety. However, the number of risky water areas in China has gradually increased, and the existing VTS radar stations cannot meet the new emerging monitoring demand. As a result, it's necessary to analyze the location optimization problem of VTS radar station in the expansion process. This paper constructs the location optimization model under the consideration of environmental obstacles and electromagnetic wave attenuation, which aims at proposing a novel solution method for the VTS radar station construction in the actual world. Here we come to the next part, problem description. In the actual decision-making process, maritime authorities prefer to choose to increase the number of VTS radar stations based on the spatial geographic location of the built VTS system. So this section researches the location optimization problem in the expansion process to improve the overall supervision effect of the VTS system, taking into account the distance between the expanded VTS radar station and the VTS center, and the expanded VTS radar station is built within the effective radius of the built VTS radar station. Next one, we introduce the electromagnetic wave attenuation evaluation. In order to effectively measure the VTS radar electromagnetic wave attenuation, the path loss function of the OH electromagnetic wave propagation model is used to evaluate the attenuation degree of VTS radar station electromagnetic waves. And finally, the log function is determined as an appropriate type of attenuation function. Then this section proposed a judgment method about whether the obstacle forms a continuation to the VTS radar electromagnetic wave in three-dimensional space. Only when the judgment is accurately applied, a suitable formula can be adopted for water area coverage calculation. Next, we come to mathematical modeling. In this section, the mathematical model of the location and configuration optimization problem of VTS radar stations in the expansion process is divided into two phases. The first phase is the optimal location and configuration of VTS radar stations with no expansion. Based on the results of the first phase, the second phase sets the effective expansion radius and the number of expanded VTS radar stations and carries out the modeling in the second phase. And these are the these are the mathematical modeling in the first phase, and they have two objectives and multiple constraints in this model. And these are the mathematical modeling in the second phase. Then we come to the algorithm description. Given the improved performance of adaptive particle swarm algorithm in solving problem, this section introduced the chaos mechanism and the spiral position update mechanism of the mode flame algorithm to improve the adaptive particle swarm algorithm in order to improve the algorithm's operation speed and the ability to find optimal solutions. Then we come to the experimental results. In this section, the water area of Xijiang River from Fengkai County to Yunnan County in Zhaoqing City, Guangdong Province, is used to an example to verify the effectiveness and practically of the proposed method and model. And the environmental digital evaluation map of water area is obtained based on the local space viewer software, as shown in Figure 3a. In order to obtain the coordinates of the water area and the candidate VTS radar stations, the image is divided into 20 and 10 segments along the horizontal and the vertical axis, as shown in Figure 3b. Through the evaluation scale in Figure 3b, we can figure out the red and the white areas have a high evaluation. So this paper set the red and the white parts as obstacles. So the 3 obstacles occupy the range of plane coordinates as are shown in Figure 4a. In order to simplify the calculation, the environment of the water area is simplified to Figure 4b, shows the 3-dimensional coordinate map. This 3-dimensional space range is, there are obstacles D, A, B, C, H, E, F, G, and L, G, I, K, used to simulate the mountain obstacles in the actual environment. According to the established coordinate system, the coordinates of obstacles are shown in Table 1. The water coordinates are shown in Table 2. The specific coordinates evaluation and the water area of these 2 water areas are also set, where the z-axis coordinates indicate the geographical evaluation of this water area in that environment, and the required water area coverage threshold for each water under the regulatory list of the Maritime Authority is also set. In addition, this example applies Figure 5b to simulate the actual environment of rolling terrain changes. This section sets the VTS radar parameters shown in Table 3. The VTS radar electromagnetic wave attenuation function adopts the log function for the measurement. Based on the parameter sets above, the final Pareto front is calculated as shown in Figure 6, which shows the final Pareto front is smoother and more uniform, and the information of the objective function of each dominated solution is obtained as shown in Table 4. Then the fuzzy set method is used to get the compromise solution selected from these non-dominated solutions. The sum of each non-dominated solution has been calculated and shown in the table. So the particle number 7 is finally selected and the compromise solution for this example. The fuzzy set method is used to choose a compromise solution for these 3 non-dominated solutions in the second phase. And the second non-dominated solution is finally chosen as a compromise solution, according to which the total cost of station construction in the second stage is 540,000 yuan. So the total cost of station construction in the 2 stages is 4.3 million yuan, and the total area coverage rate of 14 water areas reaches 95.02% with the construction of 8 VTS radar stations. The expansion phase of VTS radar station construction site is shown in Figure 9. Then we come to the conclusion. Under the background of large-scale ship size and rapid growth of vessel traffic flow in order to promote good and efficient waterway traffic and provide a safe and stable transportation environment for the national economy and foreign trade. This paper conducts research on the optimization of multi-objective location and configuration in the expansion stage for the VTS radar station of ship. And the limitation is the research in this paper can provide decision support for the location optimization, but there are severe shortcomings in this paper which can be used as future research directions. The article only focuses on the optimization of VTS radar station location and configuration, while many maritime authorities are already trying to deploy oil spill detection radar in the VTS system. So it is of great practical importance to study the optimal logical location optimization of the combination of VTS radar station and the oil spill detection radar station. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question, please? Okay, so if there are no questions, could you explain the specific of your optimization? Which is criteria which you take into consideration into your local optimization model?
We take the electromagnetic wave attenuation and the obstacles in the environment into consideration in this model.
Okay, and are the parameters controversial?
There are not specific parameters in the mathematical modeling. There, the obstacles in the environment and the evaluation of electromagnetic wave attenuation are judged and calculated in the previous study.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions?
Professor Muhin, Charity said that I'll start after next presentation. I'll take part of the session for this pause, so it will be no pause to quicker finish the whole session.
Okay, so
and after that you will change
we
me.
Continue our section without a break. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly, and my proposition is that I will announce the next presentation, and after that, you will continue our section as a chair.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. So thank you very much. We switch to our next presentation. This is presentation number 15, and research of the development path of domestic trade container transport in China ports under the new situation. So, presenter may start presentation.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Shall I begin now?
Yeah, you may start for sure.
Okay. Research on the development path of domestic trade container transport in China's ports under the new situation. And the thesis is divided into 6 parts. The first part is, the first part is research background. The second part is the domestic trade characteristics. The third part is the new opportunities. The fourth part is prediction of the development trend. The fifth part is the development path, and the last part is summary and conclusion. In the future, China will build a new development pattern that focuses on domestic circulation and promotes both domestic and international circulation. As one of the modern transportation modes, the port domestic trade container transportation has prominent advantages in economy, efficiency, and environmental protection, and plays an important role in unblocking the domestic circulation. Deficiencies in existing research. In journal, the research on the development of domestic trade containers in China is relatively rich, but the existing research fails to fully consider the requirements and the new development concept and new development pattern, and the judgment on the future development trend is not accurate enough. The research in this paper is of great significance for the government, ports, and shipping enterprises to grasp the development trend of domestic trade containers in China in the future. And to support government policy formulation, enterprise development, strategy formulation, and ports and shipping infrastructure construction decision-making. Now let's move on to the second session, the domestic trade characteristics. First, the overview of domestic trade container development. Since 2006, the domestic trade container throughput of the national coastal ports has grown rapidly, with an average annual growth rate of 12.6% during 2006 and to 2019. Affected by epidemic and other factors, the growth rate of domestic trade container throughput slowed down in 2022 with a year-on-year growth rate of 3.6%, 1.1 percentage points lower than the average annual growth rate of the national port container throughput. The contribution of domestic trade container throughput to container throughput growth was 17% in 2003, 31% in 2006, 56% in 2019, and 81% in 2020 to 2021. In 2021 to 22, the growth of the foreign trade containers was relatively fast. Influenced by the epidemic and other factors, the contribution of the post-domestic trade container throughput decreased slightly, changed in the proportion of domestic trade container throughput to container throughput in China's port. Since 2006, the domestic trade container throughput of the national coast ports has grown rapidly, with an average annual growth rate of 12.6% during 2006 to 19. The strong growth of domestic demand is an important reason for the growth of domestic trade container throughput. Relationship between China's GDP and the throughput of the domestic trade containers in ports is shown as Figure 3. Suzhou Port in the Yangtze River Delta completed 3.42 million TEU of the domestic container throughput in 2019, with an average annual growth rate of 12.8% compared with 2007. The container throughput of internal branch lines has increased rapidly, and the growth of the domestic trade throughput has slowed down relatively, but the scale is still large. Dongguan Port in Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area completed 3.43 million TEU of domestic trade container throughput in 2019, compared with 2007. The average annual growth rate was 82%. The proportion of domestic trade in total container throughput increased from 4.9% in 2009 to 93.2% in 2019, 92.2% in 2020, and 86.7% in 2022. The second part is the new opportunities. The new development pattern will take cultivating a strong domestic market as the strategic starting point and taking stimulating consumption, expanding effective investment, and promoting infrastructure construction as important measures, which has brought direct impetus to the development of domestic trade containers. The new opportunities brought by the construction of new development pattern for the development of waterway container transport are mainly reflected in the following aspects. The new opportunities for the development of domestic trade container transport under the new development pattern, such as the need to build a strong domestic market, the need to build a modern circulation system. Optimization of industrial spatial layout brings new requirements. Infrastructure investments brings transportation demand. Green development brings new space. Prediction of the development trend. Considering the future adjustment and transformation of China's industrial structure, the domestic trade container throughput per unit of GDP will show a trend of first growth and then decline. Based on the characteristics of the historical changes in strength and the freight intensity prediction method, it's predicted that the domestic trade container throughput of China's ports will be about 230 million TEU by 2035, and the annual growth rate will be 4.3% during 2021 to 35. Change in domestic trade container throughput per unit of GDP in China is shown in Figure 7. Based on the historical change law of the GDP elasticity coefficient of China's domestic trade container throughput, it is predicted that the elasticity coefficient will show a downward trend in the future. Used the elasticity method, is predicted that the domestic trade container throughput of China's ports will be about 178 million TEU in 2035, with an average annual growth rate of 3% from 2021 to 35. Change of GDP elasticity coefficient of China's domestic trade container throughput is shown in Figure 8. To sum up, using the mathematical average method and comprehensive analysis and prediction, the domestic trade container throughput of China's port will be about 220 million TEU in 2035, and the average annual growth rate will be 4.5% during 2021 to 35. It can be seen that the demand for domestic trade container transport in China's ports will maintain the long-term growth trend in the future. And the fifth section is development path. Domestic trade container transport is an important role of transport for trans-regional bulk, industrial goods, consumer goods, and other transportation, and has prominent advantages in grid and environmental protection, which plays an important and irreplaceable role in the construction of the new development pattern. We need to grasp the new opportunity to plan the new development paths and better help the construction of China's new development pattern. Create a smooth and efficient container transport channel for domestic trade, build a domestic trade container hub with outstanding distribution and radiation capability, improve the domestic trade container transport system, linking the trunk and the branch with regional network, to cultivate domestic trade container transport comprehensive service providers. Policy recommendations. First, it is suggested to study and issue the development plan of domestic trade container transport under the background of the new development pattern. Second, it is suggested to study and issue policies to support the development of container transport in port domestic trade. Third, it is suggested to continue to accelerate the reform and consolidation of some goods, increase the research and development of relevant transportation standards, information technology centers, and other aspects, suppose the construction of a smooth and efficient container logistic system, and better help the construction of a new development pattern. Now let's focus on summary and conclusion. The main conclusion of this thesis is the expansion of the domestic market, the construction of a modern circulation system, the optimization of industrial spatial layout, the demand for infrastructure investments, and the demand for green development have brought new opportunities for the development of domestic trade container in China. The demand for domestic trade container transport in China's ports has great potential and will maintain a long-term growth trend in the future. It is predicted that the domestic trade container throughput of China's ports will be about 220 million TEU in 2035. Building a smooth and efficient transport channel, strengthening the construction of hub ports, improving the transport network system, and cultivating first-class integrated service provider are the essential way to highly develop domestic trade containers transport. Since policy is crucial to promote the high-quality development of China's domestic trade container transport, a development plan of domestic trade container transport under the background of the new development pattern should be studied and issued. Meanwhile, a series of policies which can better support the development of container transport in port domestic trade should be issued. That's all. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any question, please?
May I ask a question?
Yeah,
or two?
sure.
Okay.
Thank you for your informative speech. I would like to ask about how exactly predictions are made. Like what did you use to predict those numbers? Thank you.
Okay. We basically use the analytical method to predict the specific data, and we both use our historical data and the comprehensive methods of analyzing the data.
Okay, thank you. And if we still have some time, I would like ask a second question regarding the data. I was wondering how was data gathered? For example, did you have some resources when you can find exactly like open sources or some other opportunities? Thank you.
As is shown on the presentation, such as which at least on the presentation, we basically based on the historical change law of the GDP elasticity coefficient of China's domestic trade container throughput to predict the specific data.
Okay, so if I understood correctly, just open source information that everybody can gather and no additional data source were used, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and for all presenters of the first part of our section. And now we start the second part. We have we talk about current situation, and we think that we will continue without any break. So now my co-chair Alexey Dolganyuk start his position as chair, and he will be continuing on the section and will be chair of this section. Thank you very much for all attenders. I will continue also on the section, but for the some time I will be disappear. Okay, thank you very much again. Alexey, you may continue.
Professor. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So next number of the presentation 3018. If the speaker is available, please, you may start your presentation. Name of the presentation is The Significance and Project Planning of Building and Shipping System in Heilongjiang Province. Sorry if I pronounce the province incorrectly.
Hi, this is me, but I remember that we have 1 hour rest. I remember that the start time is at 50:30.
Yes, but we decided to postpone so we can finish faster. Do not hold everybody for so long time.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry.
If you want, you can, like I can postpone. If the next presenter is already available, I can postpone you if you need.
Yeah, OK。
你准备好了就演讲，没有准备好就我再等一个人，让其他人别人讲。
好，老师，我先准备一下。
So how we do? We postpone this, or we like take another speaker, or you are ready to present now? How would?
Could you please pass the next presenter? Because I need some time to prepare. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Then presenter of the speech number 2081 is here. The name of the speech is Mindfulness and Academic. Yeah, can you present now? Yeah, hearing you well. You may start your presentation. I just need to remind that we have around 10-12 minutes for presentation. And
can you hear me?
Yeah, everything is fine. We can hear and see your presentation.
Okay, I will start. Hello everyone, my name is Gao Ying from the School of Business at Sichuan University. My paper focuses on the relationship between mindfulness and academic achievements among university students. So the first part is the introduction. At university, academic achievements are important for students, employers, and graduate schools as they predict future work or research performance. Recently, management research that mindfulness can predict employee performance. Can the same be true for university students' academic achievements? Studies show a positive correlation between mindfulness and emotional intelligence and self-efficiency. Suggesting that mindfulness may indirectly impact academic achievements through these factors. Based on previous research and empirical research, the study mainly uses questionnaire survey to explore the impact of students' personal characteristics on their academic achievements and the relationship between the variables. So the second part is hypothetical inference. Mindfulness was defined as the awareness that emerges through paying attention in a particular way, on purpose, in present, and non-judgmentally. Some scholars regard mindfulness as a state-like trait, meaning that there may be intra-individual variation in mindfulness from in different individuals. So Born and Lyon described the mindfulness as a trait of individuals' strengthened attention and cognition to the current experience for real life. Academic achievement is a comprehensive evolution. Wang and his colleagues valued academic achievement as the sum of students' learning achievements, learning behaviors, and learning attitudes over a period of time. Yang considered academic achievements to be the holistic development of university students in the university stage. Based on conservation of resource theory, mindfulness as a kind of trait conformed to the nature of individual characteristic resources. Individuals with high mindfulness traits have higher ability to obtain resources. If an individual has a high level of mindfulness, he or she will have a stronger objective perception of the character experience, so that he or she would be able to enter goals or plans to adjust learning state and methods in a timely manner. That is, better use his or her own resources to exchange for higher output, which is higher academic achievements for students. Therefore, we get hypothesis 1. University students' mindfulness is positively correlated with their academic achievements. At present, university students learning from the end contents are becoming more device where interpersonal cooperation and communication play an increasingly important role in learning. According to emotional contingent theory, an individual's emotional state and behavioral attitude will have an impact on another individual or the group. So a strong ability to perceive and regulate emotions should be able to improve the effectiveness of interpersonal cooperation and communication, thereby improving output. That is, individuals with high emotional intelligence maybe have high academic achievements. So based on the above discussion, hypothesis 2 was had been proposed. There is evidence from different countries that mindfulness can act as an antecedent variable of emotional intelligence. Due to time constraints, I may be unable to provide a detailed introduction. If you're interested, you can refer to my paper. Anyway, we obtained hypothesis 3 and hypothesis 4. So self-efficiency refers to the individual's belief in his or her own ability, which enable him or her to achieve certain achievements through organization and implementation. Bandura believed that self-efficiency was based on activities or behaviors in specific areas. This study selects academic self-efficiency in the learning field as a variable. Obviously, according to self-efficiency theory, academic self-efficiency affects the university students' academic achievements. Some scholars have studied that the relationship between mindfulness and self-efficiency. Like Hanley's research explains that university students with high dispositional mindfulness have higher academic self-efficiency after perceiving academic failure. So this research and the research of Lu in China also showed that mindfulness training could effectively improve university students' academic self-efficiency. Therefore, we obtained hypothesis 5 to 7. So many scholars believe that emotional intelligence is an antecedent variable of self-efficiency. So individuals with a high level of mindfulness can tolerant and correctly accept their fear of difficulties when facing academic tests. After objectively organizing their emotions, they are more likely to adjust and use their emotions, thus generating reasonable estimate about their learning ability and the learning outcomes. So as to achieve higher academic achievements, it is not difficult to find that there may be a chain mediation in the relationship between mindfulness and academic achievements. So hypothesis 8 and 9 are derived from this. So to sum up, we have obtained the following model. The third part is data collection and analysis. We use the questionnaires to include 78 questions divided into 6 parts. Explanation, 4 scores for 2 mirror variables, and demographic information. A total of 245 questionnaires were distributed, and 200 valuable questionnaires were recorded. So the result, mindfulness is positive and academic achievements, but so not significant. Emotional intelligence is significantly correlated with self-efficiency and academic achievement. Self-efficiency is significantly positively correlated with academic achievement. After controlling the 4 variables of gender, grade, major category, and university, the mediation between mindfulness and academic achievement was tested. The results show that mindfulness could positively predict emotional intelligence, but the predictive effect of mindfulness on self-efficiency was not significant. Further test of the mediation factors show that the total factor of the mindfulness on university students' academic achievement is 0.38, of which the direct effect accounts for 42.08% and the total indirect effect accounts for 7.92%. So the mediation effect is mainly composed of the following two parts. One is mindfulness, emotional intelligence, academic achievement, and the mediation effect is 0.12. And the other is mindfulness, emotional intelligence, self-efficiency, academic achievement. The mediation effect is 0.09. So we note that the 95% confidence interval of the mediation effect has mindfulness, self-efficiency, academic achievements is from negative 0.06 to 0.08, including 0, which indicates that the mediation effect path is not significant. So hypothesis 7 is not supported. The last part is conclusion. By linking mindfulness of university students with their academic achievements, we confirmed that mindfulness as a trait related to students' academic achievements. Different from other personal traits, mindfulness can be cultivated and strengthened through mindfulness training. This means that university students can actively carry out systematic mindfulness training to improve their mindfulness and then improve their academic achievements. This study also confirms that the correlation between mindfulness, emotional intelligence, and academic achievements. We proved the intermediary role of emotional intelligence in the impact of mindfulness on academic achievements. This conclusion recommends universities to pay attention to the cultivation of students' non-intelligent abilities. This study also verifies the significance of the chain mediation effect of the past mindfulness, emotional intelligence, self-efficiency, and academic achievement. Hoping this conclusion can enlighten future research. So that's all about my paper. Thank you for watching. Please feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you about your presentation, your speech on mindfulness. So other participants are welcome to ask questions. It's hard to hear you. Could you please be closer to mic, or because it's really hard to hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better. It started better, but then it degraded. So we'll be closer. We would not. Hello?
My mic is something wrong. Maybe I can speak louder.
Yeah,
your hypothesis 7 is self-efficiency between achievements. And you said that some scholars have already confirmed this, but your research doesn't support this viewpoint. What do you think about this?
So yeah, you are asking about the hypothesis 7. Yes, the one conclusion of this study is that there is no significant correlation between university students' mindfulness and self-efficiency, which is different from the research results of other scholars. The reason for the difference may be some variables limited by other studies, such as the situation of academic failure or mindfulness training, which is not limited in this study. Another possible reason is that I select academic self-efficiency, but other studies use the so-called general self-efficiency.
But then why did you choose academic self-efficiency?
Sorry, pardon?
Why did you choose academic self-efficiency?
Oh, I can hear you. So, as I said in my paper, the concept of self-efficiency originated by Bamber believed that self-efficiency was based on activities and behaviors in specific areas. If the work areas or situations differ, the self-efficiency of individuals would be different. So I agree with his viewpoint. General self-efficiency is not appropriate. Therefore, we select academic self-efficiency in the learning field as a variable. So that's all my answer.
So we have still 30 seconds for small question, if somebody has it. Thank you for your presentation. We will come into the next speaker. I hope the answer reaches the asker. So next speaker with title number 2086, Evaluation System of College Students' Key Abilities Development in the Context of Integration Education of Specialization, Creation, and Morality. Our speaker here, oh, I see, good. You may start.
Yes, and now it's my turn.
Yeah, it's your time. We can hear you and we can see your presentation. You may start.
Now I start. Distinguished Chair and dear colleagues, my name is Li Wei Li, and now let me introduce my paper. The topic of my paper is Evaluation System of College Students' Key Abilities Development in the Context of Integration Education of Specification, Creation, and Morality. Next, I will introduce my theories from the following four aspects. In recent years, with the reigns of reform in China's education industry, it has become a major trend to create a golden course and eliminate defective course. All kinds of curriculum reform models and high-level academic evaluation method came into being. In this context, this paper deeply analyzes the current situation of the academic evaluation research. Under the research innovates reform of the intelligence of the performed education and the environment, ideological and practical curriculum, and comprise the development trend of the high-level academic. Evaluate to build a development evaluation principle and the evaluation system based on the three integration of professional education, innovation, and autonomous education, and ideological and political curriculum. Finally, using the analytic hearing process to codify the weight to each index in the evaluation system. A high-level academic evaluation system suitable for the current calculation involvement model is established, which provides a certain research for the training and assessment of the comprehensive talent in the college and university. At the present, there are few studies on the evaluation system of the existing innovative course of the integration of the professional, environmental, and ideological and political curriculum types. Mainly focus on teaching design and teaching methods. More involved was made on the base of the traditional professional curriculum academic evaluation method, which failed to break through the critic point of the software reform and academic education. Looking forward to the future research trend and curriculum evolvement combining specific creativity and thinking, will reform became an important form of the curriculum evaluation in China. And its high-level academic evaluation system will also become an effective way to test the courage of such course. Therefore, this paper will develop a developmental evaluation system based on the key abilities of the specialty thinking and creativity, and assess students' ability in these three aspects. First, we studied the evaluation principle of the key abilities of college students in the context of three integration. The traditional evaluation method mainly based on the transpact leads to the high scores but low abilities and incomplete qualities. In the particular, in the face of the background of teaching reform, such as the integration of the specialty and the creativity, and the ideological and the critical education of the curriculum. And the traditional evaluation principles are no longer applicable, and the student evaluation system must be reformed to highlight the developmental function of the evaluation and the cultivation of the profession ability. Therefore, the new evaluation system should comply with the following base principle and schematic and dynamic is shown in the figure 1. In the second step, we have built a developmental evaluation system of the college students' key ability. The developmental education evaluation system was proposed by scholars from the School of Education of the British Open University in the 1980s. They believe that the discussion's purpose of the evaluation is to promote the development of the student. It is not only to promote the improvement of the students' original level through evaluation, but also to discover their personal and give play to their strengths. Based on this goal, developmental evaluation system for student capability in the context of three integration will be development as shown in table 1. After the establishment of the developmental evaluation system for students' key ability, it is necessary to future scientifically frame the range of evaluation indicators in order to clarify the evaluation priorities and highlight the emphasis of the evaluation system on terms qualitative integrated under the new curriculum reform model. Based on the characteristics at that, IHP can deal with the complex decision-making problems with multiple objects, multiple criteria, and no structural characters. This method is selected to calculate the index weight, verify its activeness. The first step is to establish a rather structure as shown in Figure 2. The second step is to establish the judgment matrix A of each step through abstract scored method as shown in Formula 1. In Formula 1, AIJ refers to the importance scale of.
Sorry, I need to ask you to hasten to the conclusion so we have at least some time for questions. Just hasten a bit, like you may continue, but a bit faster so we can fit in time.
就是让你稍微讲快一点，稍微讲快一点，这个啊，
就太长了是吧 ？OK。
是的，是的，不要紧，讲快一点，有些东西可以不讲。
OK. Now, the score expert was scored by 13 students, 4 teachers, and 4 enterprise techniques. Totally 42 people. Finally, the following 4 judgments matrices was options was shown in table 2 to table 5. The 3 step is to use Space Pro software to compute the calculation of the subsequent IHP and calculate the action weight value, maximal general CR value act, and that the result showed in table 6 to 9. The 4th step is to calculate the total weight. Fill the weight value calculated by IHP into table 10, and calculate the final specific weight range of each second index to get the calculation result in table 10. And finally, the result shows that the weight value of each index operation through the analysis can provide guides and guidance efforts for calculus construction and college students' ability. Calculation under the background of the professional education, evaluation, and entrepreneurship education and curriculum, ideologistic and practical integration. And the other results I will tell again, and that it turned to the end. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for your presentation on evaluation of college performance. If somebody has quick question, we have 1 minute for asking.
Okay, hello host. I have questions. What is the development rate of the one's academic assessment?
Okay. Now I will answer the question. Academic evaluation is an important part of testing the quality of the calculation education. It is derived for the purpose of helping students learn and promoting their development. Education evaluation is a process in which the evaluation subjects systematical analysis that judge the development process and trend of the students and their influence factor based on the certain evaluation structure and various evaluation methods. Also to achieve the end value of the education in the context of the continuous innovation in the higher education. The curriculum reform has gradually set up high-level goals, and where the traditional living education methods will be able to effectively detect high-level goals. This makes it a new trend of research to focus on the direction of the students' academic development, help them to formulate development goals, and achieve self-recognition and self-education and self-development of high-level academic assessment. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your open answer. And because of shortage of time, we need to go to next presenter, and it is presenter of topic number 3018, which was postponed. Are you ready? If you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, you may start.
Yeah. Yeah, let me share my screen.
Yeah, I'll notify. Okay, we see your screen and we can hear you, so you may begin.
Okay, thanks so much. Now I want to start my presentation. My topic is the significance and project planning of building a shipping system in Heilongjiang province. My presentation are divided into 5 parts. The first one, introduction. According to the Ministry of Transport 2021 statistical report, China's inland waterway shipping cargo volume accounted for only 8% of the total, and the average 5-year waterway freight volume of Heilongjiang province 2017 to 2021 accounted for about 1.28%. The table shows the transported status of Heilongjiang province. And from the table, we can see that the switch from highway transport to waterway transport is efficient in South China. However, Heilongjiang province shipping logistic efficiency is as low as the northern province and suffers from an imbalanced transport structure and high logistic cost. Then, second one, the shipping resources of Heilongjiang province are scattered, and the market's main body is missing. The overall performance is many and scattered, small and weak. Homogeneous competition, disorderly operation, weakening the port's ability to attract and gather productivity factors. Thirdly, the potential volume of water resources has yet to be released. The Heilongjiang River system is a virtual inland transport channel in China. The Heilongjiang River system has many open water ports along the border between China and Russia, providing convenient transportation for trade between China and Russia. Firstly, water transport ports need to be upgraded. The financing ability of the relevant enterprises is inferior, and the port construction funds generate gap is significant. And the last one, the capacity of shipping logistic organization systematization is insufficient. Then I want to introduce the overall of the solution ideas. Firstly, through integrating resources, clarifying the market subject, and leading the development of market skills and organization can solve the problems. Secondly, we can improve the constructions of the infrastructure network, enhance the capacity of the shipping market, and serve the integration of the supply chain, industry chain, and value chain. Then we can also promote the integrated development of animal protein trade, cultivate industrial corridors, and serve the opening up to the north. At this part, it can be divided into three parts. First, allocation of Russia and Chinese resources for the integration of goods, parts, and trade. Secondly, deficient development of industrials and cultivation of industrial corridors. And thirdly, connecting the market and supply side through logistic corridors to serve the opening up to the north. Then the methodology parts. Firstly, as for the methodology of building a shipping system in Heilongjiang province, I mean, it can build a cross-border waterway transport system to access to a major waterway for grain transportation between Songhua and Nenjiang rivers. And it can also promote the construction of 4 rivers linking the shipping system. And the table shows the information of main rivers in Heilongjiang province, which is Heilong River, Songhua River, Yura River, and Nenjiang River. Also, there is a very significant way to solve the problem, which is build a Northeast Asia International waterway in Heilongjiang province. And the table shows the basic status, basic ideas of the Northeast Asia waterway. The first step is to plan the Northeast Asia International, which can connect to Northeast Asia and the Arctic Northeast Passage. And it can also serve the regional economy along the route, pulling the industrial to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Then the practical project planning. Firstly, create a smooth and efficient waterway. Secondly, promote the high quality development of multimodal transport. Thirdly, implementation of digital water transport innovation project. And it can also be divided into 3 parts. The first is construction of digital waterways. And secondly, create a digital port. And thirdly, improve the digital platform. Then come to the last part, which is recommendations and conclusion. Firstly, I want to introduce some policy recommendations. Firstly, stimulate the effectiveness of water transport, optimize the transport structure, and achieve the goal of doubling the thousands. Secondly, activate the potential of water transport, green low carbon development to achieve parity with the national average level of logistics. Secondly, highlight the advantages of resources and location, realizing the strategic monetization with Russia, and giving birth to the development of industrial clusters. Then I want to make a discussion about the presentation. Integrating resources to clarify the main body, improving the infrastructure network construction, and promoting the integrated development of the physical trade part is a direct way to solve the imbalance of the transport structure of Heilongjiang province. high transport costs, and the bottleneck of the development of shipping industry. However, from a practical point of view, the lack of growth momentum of water transport in Heilongjiang province. Therefore, the construction of a shipping system in Heilongjiang province is a fundamental way to solve the above problems. Then comes to the conclusion. The study starts with 5 aspects of the current problem of the shipping industry in Heilongjiang province. Firstly, targeting direct solutions and further researching to achieve as a fundamental solution of building a shipping system in Heilongjiang province. Finally, constructive suggestions are made in the concrete implementation aspect of the solution. Also, there are still a limitation of the study. The research in this paper has some limitation as the perspective of this paper mainly focused on the transportation field, and the subsequent project implementation also need to be considered various aspects such as environmental and financial issues. That's all. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you for your brief speech. We have almost 5 minutes for questions. So anybody who wants to ask, please, you're welcome. When somebody is thinking about questions, I want to ask about, on one of the slides, you showed that it should be improved software product. What do you mean by that? It's one of the before conclusion. It was some.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Which slides you mean?
Earlier. It was with picture on it, and then it was.
This picture.
I believe.
And you can tell me the number.
I don't remember the number.
Yeah. Also, okay, I can answer the question straightly. So you mean the software to solve the problems in Heilongjiang province?
You said that it needs to be upgraded, and now I spoke about what exactly our development.
You mean
the
clusters?
No, I can see it. Sorry. I thought that I saw about software. Maybe I was delusioning. So, does anybody else have a question? If no, we can continue.
Maybe next one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can continue.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, let's go to the presentation number 2091, which is called Exploration and Practice of the Evaluation System of College Teaching Quality Based on MSF Mechanisms in OBE Perspective.
Yes.
If speaker is available, please, you may share your screen and start your presentation. I'll notify. Yeah, screen is ready.
Yes.
We can hear you, so you're ready to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yanzhi Pang, comes from Nanning University. Now I will introduce my paper. The title is Exploration and Practice of the Evaluation System of College Teaching Quality based on MSF Mechanism in OBE Perspective. I will introduce my paper from 3 parts. It's the catalog. 1. Abstract. In response to the requirement of all staff, whole process, and all-round education, colleges and universities have increasingly higher requirements for the quality of classroom teaching. From the formal teaching on the standpoint of teachers to the present student-centered, improve students' autonomous learning ability, and pay increasing attention to the quality of curriculum teaching, the data of supervision and evaluation of teaching, for assessment and student evaluation of teaching are also receiving increasingly more attention. Based on the OBE concept and focusing on the development of students, this paper constructs the evaluation system of college curriculum teaching quality and optimize the evaluation indicators. It should not only show solicitude for the achievement of knowledge and ability objectives, but also pay attention to quality objectives, emphasize the combination of teaching with the development of industry and interface, optimize the curriculum design of talent training programs, and reflect and improve students' learning interest and enthusiasm in the classroom. 2. Main contents. It contains 3 parts. 1. Main problems and cost analysis of current classroom quality evaluation. The main problem in current classroom quality evaluation. 1. Focused on teaching rather than learning. 2. Value knowledge over thought. 3. Insufficient learning and logic. 4. The teaching characteristics of teachers are not prominent. 5. Lack of long-term standards and scientific evaluation and improvement system. The cost analysis. 1. The degree of attention needs to be strengthened. 2. It cannot fully support the achievement of learning objectives. 3. Open loop teaching evaluation. 4. Evaluation of teaching is not sustainable. 2. Construction of teaching quality evaluation system based on OBE concept. The significance of construction of teaching quality evaluation system, and for the figure 1 is the formation process of classroom quality and the OBE concept. The table 1, evaluation from the undergraduate class teaching quality, is the evaluation indicators of uneducated classroom teaching quality. It includes 7 parts. 3. Test and evaluation of teaching quality under MSF mechanism. The figure 2 is the MSF process. It has 4 steps. 1. Preliminary talks. 2. Class observation. 3. Later talks. And 4. Post-tracking. The figure 3 is the specific implementation process. 3. Therefore, it also has a case analysis that shows in the table 2 data of students' evaluation of teaching in recent 3 years. 3 is a conclusion. Classroom teaching in colleges and universities is an important link. In cultivating high-quality college students. To evaluate the quality of classroom teaching is to find out the advantages that need to be adhered to and developed in the teaching process, and find out the shortcomings that need to be improved. Using MSF mechanism and method to carry out teaching evaluation diagnosis in the early or middle stage of the course is to help teachers find and solve problems from the perspective of students. This paper summarized the existing problem in the evaluation system of classroom teaching quality in colleges and universities, analyzed the reasons, constructs the formation process of classroom teaching quality based on the OBE concept, optimized the evaluation indicators of classroom teaching in undergraduate courses, encourage teachers to participate in the MS teaching diagnosis evaluation, establish the evaluation system of classroom teaching quality, and give the specific implementation process. According to the requirements of HIC, the optimized evaluation dimensions and indicators are used to guide the improvement of teaching quality, improve the overall quality of teaching and learning through the optimization of the curriculum system, and verify it through the teaching evaluation data. And at the same time, in compliance with the requirements of the education and the teaching reform in the new era, the implementation of moral education and the cultivation of people. The teaching quality evaluation system combined with ideological and political education has achieved process with the times and continues improve the effect of education. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your brief speech on educational systems. And yeah, you may ask.
I have one question. As we can see from your research, the context relationship of establishing a new teaching quality evaluation system is very important. What problems can be solved by constructing a teaching quality evaluation system based on the OBE concept? Thank you.
Okay. To build the evaluation system of classroom teaching quality, we must follow the concept of OBE and adhere to the student-centered principle, timely communicate the information of teaching and learning, give full pay to the role of students in the evaluation of classroom teaching effect, establish a scientific view of quality, and form a more scientific and effective evaluation system. And at the same time, it can urge teachers to find the deficiencies in the teaching process in time, pay more attention to teaching, research teaching, constantly optimize the teaching process, and improve the teaching quality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And anybody else? If no, we can continue. Okay, next presentation's number is 2144. The name of the presentation is Reform and Practice of Virtual Simulation Practice Course for Logistics Engineering Specialty based on OBE concept and school enterprise linkage. If speaker is ready, you may share your screen and start. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yan Fang Pan, and now let me introduce my paper. The topic on my paper is Reform and Practice of Virtual Simulation Practice Course of Logistic Engineering, specifically based of OBE concepts and school enterprise linkage. Contents. Introduction. In order to add to the new development of higher education meets the need of the development of Industrial 4.0 and enterprise. China's logistic industry has edges in the development of integrate, aggregate, and transformation, and has also joined the aggregate education of logistic engineering to smart, creative, and other fields as an agreement and the west trend for the development of infrastructure in the new area. Logistic enterprise require logistic professor to be able to adapt to the form of the times and always enter with the ability and quality of the economic, industrial chair of the automatic and integrate workforce vendor solution. With the repeat chair in the workday, virtual simulation teaching came into being. It is argued to solve the problem of high advancements, high participation, high risks, difficult to impairments, difficult to observe, and difficult to produce in the traditional trial and the experiential teaching. The construction of virtual simulation class group and its experimental teaching platform can really realize the sharing of experimental teaching resource inside and outside the school, in the region and in the wide range, and establish and sustainable virtual simulation experience teaching service support system. The study found that the group affecting the construction of the curriculum scenes and the quality of talent child is mainly referenced in the following three aspects. The virtual simulation course is very difficult to learn. The Charlie results not ideal and the fact of practical science. The assessment is not objective and cannot reform the level of students. Due to the influence of textbooks and the limitation of course hours, teaching is relatively and mere formality. Virtual simulation course is comprehensive, difficult to operate, and higher cost can carry, which very difficult to students to learn. The training results are not ideal and lack of practice significance. In the teaching plans of the virtual simulation course, students complete the exercise of the one mood according to the practice step. Also, the mood can be built according to the field produced. It cannot convey students' ability to find a safe and solve problem. Considering the support and importance of professor course concepts for professor techniques training, we should corrective students' realities, safety and release learning of and working style. The traditional virtual simulation course teaching adopt the course assessment mode of mood and experience report, the students' understanding and mastery of college reflect in the experience report is very hard. Reform idea of virtual situation practice course for logistic engineering are specific. The first, the integration of school and enterprise, and the close connection and high operation between logistic engineering and logistic enterprise. The second, result oriented comparing current with regulation result, evaluation and entrepreneurship and deploy competition will help to accept the integration and of curriculum and invitation and the integration of teaching and competition. Second, the joint construction of school and the enterprise and the penetration of curriculums in current and polity will help students establish good professor ethical and professor quality. The students' comprehensive and systematical logistic integration from language basic, mathematical logistic, professor skills of capitals practice and in school experiments course. The basic first work of virtual situation practice course systems for logistic engineering is special basic on OBE concept, and the school enterprise linkage is construct as shown in future one. The purpose of investigating the result situation cost of logistic engineering specialty with the mode of AHP is to find the key points of cost reform. What's true means that the teaching design of the virtual situation course requires true data and true sense and relies on the real enterprise program and enterprise environments close to the reality of the temporaries. Virtual means to reduce the sand in the school classroom through scientific teaching methods and means with the help of advanced computer networks and platforms. Students do not need to go to the enterprise sites. The 4.1 basic on the evaluation index of virtual situation cost of logistic engineering associated in table 1. The hierarchic mode of evaluation index of virtual situation cost of logistic engineering specificity is ability as shown in future 2. This is the 4.2 in view of the hierarchic hierarchical structure mode of the evaluation index of the virtual situation cost of logistic engineering specific. The drag metric is established by comparing two different elements as the same lift. This is the correlation by AHP. This is the formulate. This is the verification result. Conclusion. Applying the concept of OBE to the teaching and the training of logistic engineering is to meet the requirements of social and economic development for team. The teaching of result situation practice course means to combine theoretic teaching with production practice from the actual situation of enterprise. That's all. Thank you for your lesson and question.
Thank you for your presentation. Does anybody has questions regarding the?
Hi, Teacher Pam. I have one question. Thank you for your sharing. The question is, what do you think are the key points of virtual simulation courses? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think this for four place. The first, the virtual situation course is very difficult to learn. In the training program for logistic engineering professor, virtual situation course such as logistic system modeling and simulation, logistic system planning and design, and supply chain optimization program design lead to focus train students' ability to solve complex engineering program, but it's so difficult to students. And the second, the training result and not idea and the lack of practice significance in the teaching percent of the virtual situation course. Students complete the experiments of the one mood according to the experimental step. Also, the mood can be built according to the fixed produce. It cannot curate students' ability to find, analyze, and solve problem. On the second, the assessment is not objective and cannot reflect the flex of students. The student understanding and memory of technology refers in reflect in the experiment report the fragmented and cannot form a systematical condition. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your broad answer. Does anybody has any other questions? If no, then next plans is our session chair is already ready for the next presentation. So I announced the next presentation, finish it, and next is going to be announced by chair of this section, Vadim Mukhim. So next presentation is 2212, and it is called The Effect of Integrating higher vocational, aesthetic, and ideological and political education based on FCE. If the presenter is ready, you may take the screen. I just saw, yeah, I just saw 2212. So is the speaker ready? Hello?
22可以了。
Yeah, okay, I see. I would ask to, I should ask to turn on the mic because we can't hear. We cannot see the slideshow still, and we cannot hear the speaker. Okay, something loaded.
But this is a wrong screen. Please show us your presentation. Okay.
So turn on your, no, we cannot hear you. Turn on your mic, please. Your mic is off right now. Microphone, please. I believe it's in Zoom because we all can see that. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, everyone. We're from Railway Vocational College of Technology in China. I'm glad to represent a paper, The Effect of Integrating High Vocational, Aesthetic, and Ideological and Political Education based on FCE. I will present a paper in 5 aspects. Yeah. 1. Introduction. 2. Materials and methods. 3. Evaluation results. 4. Evaluation analysis. 5. Conclusion. At first, let's start with introduction. As an important career moral education, the integration of aesthetic education and ideological and political education is more conducive to realize the basic task of moral education and has significance of the components of the value based on the FCE. The effects of the integration draws 6 conclusions. And 2 materials and methods. First, fuzzy comprehensive evaluation. FCE is a comprehensive evaluation method based on fuzzy mathematics, which transform qualitative into quantitative evaluation based on the feeling efficiency theory of fuzzy mathematics. That's to make an oral evaluation of things or objects subject to multiple factors. Using fuzzy mathematics, it has a characteristic of clear results and strong system which can better solve the fuzzy and difficult to quantify the problem and is suitable for solving various non-deterministic problems. And according to the 6 basic factors of above FCE, the basic process of evaluation can be divided into the following steps. 1. Establish the factor set. 2. Establish the Y set. 3. Establish the evaluation set. 4. Single vector fuzzy evaluation. 5. Fuzzy comprehensive evaluation. Effect evaluation. First, establish the effectiveness evaluation in text sets. The comprehensive evaluation in text system and one of the effect of the integration are shown in Table 1. 2. Establish a Y set. 3. Establish the evaluation set. Taking high vocational college in Hubei province as an example, the effect of the integration is adjusted through the form of questionnaires adjustment. A total of 500 questionnaires were distributed and 469 were recovered. After statistics, the evaluation of each factor in the exact system is shown as Table 2. They are the basic process of evaluation. 3. Evaluation results. From the above results, it can be seen that in the investigation of the effect of the integration in Hubei province, 20.35% of teachers and students think that the effect of the integration is very good. 66.35% is good. 11.42% is general, and 2.09% is poor. According to the principle of maximum subordination, it can be concluded that the effect of integrating in Hubei province is excellent. However, there are also some deep-rooted reasons worth analyzing so as to further promote the integration, constantly realize the unity of true, good, and beautiful, realize the high degree of ideological and political education, and aesthetic experience, better realize educational goal, and promote the cultural vision of ideological and political quality of the whole people. For evaluation analysis. Firstly, improve students' interest and participation in activities. In the study, it was found that students were still very enthusiastic about learning. However, except for art students, most have no professional or training in aesthetic education, and their ability to carry out activities is limited, which to some extent increase students' sense of loss and reduce their interest in learning and issues them for participation. Therefore, in the practice of integrating the strong motivation and desire for expression of young students can be explored and brought into play according to their characteristic and strengths, and their initiative and creativity can be actively mobilized, and different types of activity can be carried out to give students a greater sense of access. Second, further enhance teachers' knowledge, resolve, and teaching and research ability. The knowledge, resolve, and teaching and research ability of ideological and political teachers is to solve the problem of explaining the deep, profound, and vivid truths, follow philosophical thinking, historical deposits, and reality. The survey shows that teachers have good performance in knowledge structure, teaching, and research ability, but there is still a deficit of 2.1%, which needs to be further improved. Third, school funding investment and media publicity be strengthened. First, the integration will be further broadened by expanding the ways of integration. We can better realize the high degree of fit between ideological and political education and aesthetic appearance, better achieve the education goal and promote the ideological and political quality of college students. That's conclusion. Although this paper used the FCE to assess the effectiveness of the current integration effect of the high vocational aesthetic education and ideological and political education, on the basis of which following conclusion are drawn. 1. The current integration effect is excellent, reaching 86.7%. However, there are some deep-seated reasons worth analyzing. 2. In the practice of integrating, different types of activities can be carried out according to students' characteristics and specialties, so that students can have more access to them. 3. Teacher of ideological and political science course perform well in knowledge structure, teaching, and research ability, but there are still shortcomings that need further improved. 4. The system and platform construction of the integration in high vocational institution is still quite perfect, but the investment and atmosphere creation and media publicity need to be strengthened. And 5, the current ways of integrating are general while reflected. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you on your speech about ideological and political education. And if somebody has a question, please, you're welcome to ask.
May I have a question?
Yeah, of course.
I'm a student of Wuhan University of Technology, and I have 2 questions about your report. The first question is, why does the ethics plays important roles in ideological and political education?
Yeah, thank you, your question. Ethics has a unique advantage in the penetration of people's deep consciousness. The emotion experience connect the past and future of the aesthetic subject and the sensory pleasure as well as the imagination inspire the process of transition to rationality are more deeply recorded in people's physiological and psychological structure, reach a depth that's different to achieve by pure rational thinking and making people's understanding close, connect with people's emotion. Establish emotion in people's behavior system. The mechanism of stimulation, people judgment is not only your utilitarian reason judgment, but also as more rational emotion judgment, which promote the internalization of ideological and political education. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and the second question is, what evaluation method is used in this paper to evaluate the effectiveness of the current integration efforts of higher vocational aesthetic education and ideological and political education?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's it, or it was, I thought it was a question. Okay. If everybody is done with this speech, then I'll give a chair to Vadim Mokhin, and you may continue from now
Thank
on.
you very much.
Thank you.
But according to our previous talk, now we'll continue our co-chair Orest Kochan. He proposed his candidature as a possible co-chair, and we agreed his candidature. So I give now word for Orest Kochan to continue our section.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, it's now a turn for the presentation number 2178, entitled Development of the Online Library of the University Department to Support Educational Activities, a Conceptual Model.
Hello, everyone. Please tell me, do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's introduce myself. My name is Natalia Vok. I am from Lviv Polytechnic National University, and my co-author is Darina Prichun. In December last year, she was a master student. Today, she is already graduate from a specialty information library and archival affairs. Why did we choose such topic? During the study, the students, exactly in my department, encountered the following problems. The university library and its website are the main source of library services for different readers, for different users, for students, for teacher staff of my university, for different researchers. However, a considerable number of students are interested in industry literature, which as a rule is most often found in university departments in printed copies. It is investigate that such library will allow not only systematizing the works of university teacher staff, some teaching manuals, textbooks, scientific articles, but also to provide students with more opportunities for online learning. Today, the issue of the development of modern libraries has been sufficiently studied at a theoretical level. Clear ways of their development have been determined and methods of promotion of modern libraries have been chosen. At the stage of implementation of these ideas, there is a kind of disbalance. On the one hand, quite high success have been achieved, some transformation of libraries into information centers, into media libraries, the use of information technologies in the process of library service, and on the other hand, insufficient attention has been paid to certain types of libraries, in particular to the educational departments libraries of higher education institutes. It is advisable to use online libraries to develop an ID instructional design model proposed by Patterson. In order to create such a library, all design models need the following stages, as you can see on this slide: analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. The issue of information provision of library support for studies at universities is a subject of analysis of works by many researchers. This process is considered from different perspectives, both from the point of view of developing information services, different perspectives and system, remote database from library service to readers, and from the point of view of popularizing the activities of university libraries. The figure on the slide, the diagram on the slide, presents the number of electronic documents in the electronic catalogs in library in higher education institution in Ukraine in 2020s. As of this year, most libraries were at the same level according to the number of electronic documents in the library's electronic catalogs. The scientific library of the Zaporizhzhia National University differs sharply from most. And the slide shows us that the scientific and technical library of the Polytechnic National University ranks third according to this creation. Why is this research conducted at the Department of Social Communication and Information Activity? First of all, because our department prepares students from specialty information library and archival services, and graduates of this specialty work not only in business, not only in local self-government bodies. Some of them are employed in libraries where they apply their knowledge and skills in the development of librarianship, the use of social media in their activities, and another works. In addition, the department annually holds International Scientific Conference, Information Communication Society. In this year, in May, we will hold the 12th International Academic Conference, and in addition, in September 2022, we organized the first international workshop on social communications and information activity in digital humanities for the first time. The teacher staff of our department have a lot of different printing publications. As you can see on this slide, during 6 years from 2016 to 2022, the teacher staff of the department issued 35 study guides and 11 lecture notes. And another diagram shows that we published 31 monographs and section of monographs in different publications of different countries. As for organization of the work of the library, the CEEA department, it is divided into two directions. The first, the placement of educational and methodological materials in electronic educational and methodological complexes in the virtual educational environment of the WIP Polytechnic. And the second direction, the book exhibition of teachers' manuals and the department. However, taking into the fact that during the last 3 years, the education has been conducted in the distance form, student success to such exhibition, at least for formalization, is practically non-existent. In addition, users can familiarize themselves with the manuals of the department's teachers published by the publishing house of WIP Polytechnic and on the website of this publishing house itself. The different other publications of our department are posted on the website, this publishing house in the section IT computers. However, there are two drawbacks. Only those editions publishing by the publishing house of WIP Polytechnic are posted on the website, and on the site, users can only purchase a copy but not view it online full text. In order to improve the work of the library of the CEEA department, it was decided to create a website which will host an electronic catalog of available manuals, textbooks, and other materials linked to internet resources where such works are already posted, and digitized educational and methodological materials, different teaching staff of the department. To reflect the implementation of the main process, it is advisable to develop a goal tree that allows us to understand the systematic solutions for solving the main goal, which is goal development of the library of the university department. Regarding to this goal tree, we see that we choose two sub-goal: formation of the library fund and website development. Using the DFD presentation, we present the process of organizing activities for the development of the online library of the university's department. And the main process is also the development of online library. And there are 4 external entities: head of department, department teacher, administrator, and students. Data flows include 2 types of flows: input and flows and output. The key purpose of creating such a library is to place in educational aids and textbooks issued by teaching staff of department. The more students will be able to use them. For this, it is necessary first of all to receive such materials from the authors, to systematize them, if necessary to digitize them, because not all our printing books, maybe printing article, are in digitizing form, and the head of the department must approve all versions of the site. In the case of receiving information about the absence of a certain book on the site, the administrator must, at the time determined by the head of the department, perform actions to download these materials to the department's online library. The development website on the CEEA department library you can see now on this slide, and this electronic library contains information about the library fund of the department. The main page contains information about the department's new arrivals which have been digitized and are available online. The website menu contains quick links to the relevant sections of the library fund. If the appropriate item is selected, the user will go to the page with materials belonging to this category. The website menu contains quick links to the relevant sections of the library fund. If the appropriate item is selected, the user will go to the page with materials belonging to this category. Viewing library materials has differences for registered users. Anyone has access to the site and can be acquainted with the library fund of the department, but only reference and descriptive information is available for viewing. Registered users also have access to full text documents. And conclusions. The analysis of websites of the leading university of Ukraine showed that on all information resources, there is only a page of the library which contains the following services: electronic catalog, resources for compiling indexes of the unified decimal classification, thematic selection of literature, access to Scopus and Web of Science databases. Instead, such an analysis showed the lack of full text access to specialized literature for both students and other visitors to electronic libraries. Library service at Lviv Polytechnic National University is organized at a high level. The information provision of this activity is regulated by the relevant regulatory internal documents of the university. However, it is worth noting that library service at the level of departments is not sufficiently regulated. This will allow not only to automate library service at the level of the department, but also to establish communications with readers, students of the department. With the help of the development of the informational and functional model, the general concepts of the department's library development were formed. Implementation of the online library requires the use of additional resources. One of the main is availability of a domain or hosting. Lviv Polytechnic has its own servers for hosting the library website and its own domain. Such problems might arise maybe in some smaller universities or those with limited resources. As of January 2023, students of Department Social Communication Information Activities are testing this development electronic library. Part of the students which are registered users use full text access to the electronic library fund for preparing different works, essays, term papers, graduation papers, some referates. The testing period will last until June 2023, and based on user recommendations and different errors detected during the website's operation, this electronic library will be modified and made available to the public. Results will be presented in further research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? If no, I have two questions. The first question is as follows. Could you please turn on the slide with the comparison of the size of electronic libraries for different universities?
Okay, just a second, please. This one, yes?
Yes, yes. We see a huge difference between Zaporizhia and other universities. Can you explain this difference?
I will try to explain if I can. This graphic is not my research. I use different reference, but I think that the Zaporizhia National University maybe has some more technical resources for digitalization their library funds in maybe more than another university in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. The second question is concerning the legal procedures and possible legal issues with connected with online libraries. Are there any rules or laws that regulate this problem in Ukraine?
No, first of all, we analyze different laws about security of information, about work in information system. It is like such database for create different electronic guide, electronic library. And on the other hand, I think that is necessary, and we did it. We analyze different laws which allow us to use different librarian research. In Ukraine is such organization, Ukrainian Librarian Association, which regulate all this process in level of laws.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If there are no questions, let's continue. The next report.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the second next report is 2146, application of Google Workplace in mathematical training of future specialists in the field of information technology.
Okay, we are here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, okay. And do you see my presentation?
Not yet, but I think it's in. Oh yeah, we can see.
Okay, okay. So let's begin. Moment, please, some technical problems. Okay. Okay, hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and sponsors of the conference. Okay, and let me introduce myself. My name is Tetiana Leshka. I am Associate Professor of the Department of Applied Mathematics of National Aviation University of Kyiv. My courses are Alena Karupu and Valeria Pakhnenko, Associate Professors of the Department of Applied Mathematics of National Aviation University of Kyiv, and Anatoly Pashko, full professor of the Department of Theoretical Cybernetics of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. And I would like to represent our paper, Application of Google Workspace in Mathematical Training of Future Specialists in the field of information technology. Education in the field of information technology in Ukraine should introduce a special innovative approach in the training of specialists in computer science and information technology. Problems of personality-oriented and competence-based models of education in the process of training future specialists in information specialties become topical. We study problems arising in process of online teaching of mathematical disciplines, applying Google Workspace for education tools. Okay, do you see my presentation?
No, we just see your first slide.
But only
of course. Only first page, yes?
Yes.
So therefore we have some technical problems because, okay, so moment, please. Maybe problems with my internet. Okay, so.
Okay, we can.
Okay, okay. So leading national universities of Ukraine are actively involved in the development of the education system, the introduction of new technologies, methods and models of organization of the educational process, educational and scientific work of students. The investigation of the efficiency of certain methods of teaching educational material of mathematical disciplines and the organizing the educational process during lectures, practical training, and individual work of students was carried out by traditional methods. That is, the current and the semester grades of different groups were compared, and the subjective grades of students obtained through anonymous questionnaires and open discussion were analyzed. Online learning in many universities is organized by means of cloud-based software platforms, Zoom, Moodle, and Meet. In National Aviation University, teachers realize distance learning in Google Workspace for education. Tools of Google Workspace give teachers possibility to design and implement the educational process. We conduct classes online on Google Meet using Jamboard. Organization of the educational process in this way allows to more fully demonstrating skills and abilities of each student, to develop the creative potential of the student and his professional abilities, and to gain experience in teamwork, which is important for information technology professionals. We have analyzed the use of collaborative approach, applying technologies of online learning based on Google Workspace tools, classic online and blended learning by examining the results of studies of National Aviation University students in the subjects higher mathematics and mathematical analysis in the first and second semesters of the 2021 and 2022 academic year. In the first semester, we used collaborative approach applying technologies of online learning based on Google Workspace tools. And in the second semester, we used classic online and blended learning. The following table contains the analysis of the academic performance of English-speaking students, majoring in computer systems and networks in subject higher mathematics, and English-speaking students majoring in software engineering in subject mathematical analysis. And the following figures reflect the results presented in the table for subject higher mathematics. The samples under consideration are dependent, and the same students study the same subject in different semesters and using different methods. This makes it possible to evaluate the effectiveness of different approaches to learning. We consider ordered pairs X sub I, Y sub I, where X sub I are study results in the first semester, and Y sub I are study results in the second semester. Let's calculate D sub I and D sub S, DS according to the following formulas. We will test the hypothesis H sub 0, which is DS equals 0, about the equality of the mean 0. alternative hypothesis with one-sided criterion H sub 1, ds is not positive, or H sub 1 where ds is negative, with a two-sided criterion H sub 1, ds is not equal to 0. Let's calculate the statistics according to the following formulas. This statistic has student distribution with k equals n-1 degrees of freedom. For subject higher mathematics, for students of specialty, computer systems and networks, sample size is n equals 29. Estimated value of the criterion is 2.5359 for alpha equals 0.05. And critical value for the two-sided criterion is 2.049. Since estimated value is greater than critical value, the null hypothesis is rejected. For subject mathematical analysis for students of specialty software engineering, sample size is n equals 28. Estimated value of the criterion is 2.8007. Alpha equals 0.05. And critical value for the two-sided criterion, t equals 2.052. Since estimated value is greater than critical value, then the null hypothesis is rejected. The test result shows that the approach proposed in the first semester is more effective. The need to combine distance and mixed forms of learning and to enjoy the formation of the creative personality of the student and the development of students' professional abilities in the conditions is the peculiarity of today's educational process. Availability of many platforms for online classes requires finding new approaches to organize the educational process, both in its form and content. The research presented in the paper was based on a collaborative approach to organizing collective work. Conducting offline and online practical classes in mathematical disciplines was implemented in English-speaking multinational academic groups of certain specialties. Online classes and blended learning were conducted using Google Workspace tools. Future IT specialists also need skills of teamwork. Especially important is experience of teamwork in international teams. We have analyzed and compared the effectiveness of various approaches in the educational process when studying mathematical analysis and high mathematics. The testing result shows that the collaborative approach with using Google Jamboard is more effective compared to other forms of organizing online learning based on Google Workspace tools. In the future work, we plan to investigate the application of this approach in teaching other mathematical disciplines and different approaches of team forming. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interpretation. Are there any questions?
Could I ask you? What
Okay.
are the result of this research implemented to the educational process?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. We study and use a collaborative approach in teaching mathematical disciplines. To solve the problem, the academic group is divided into several teams. The teams solve the problem in parallel, then the results of their work are compared. The work of student teams during online classes in Google Meet is implemented using Google Jamboard. Teams can work simultaneously on different Jamboard pages, okay. And student grades in groups where our approach is used and in groups where it is not used were compared. The comparison shows a certain effectiveness of the considered approach. Okay, that's all.
Thanks for your answer. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Then I have questions.
Okay.
Could you please show me the technique of experiment where you compare
Technical experiment these two, okay, these two semesters, okay, okay.
Yes.
Moment, please, okay. Some technical problems. Okay, about our experiments, okay. We compare several, we compare students in the first and second semesters of for mathematical analysis and higher mathematics, okay? And we have the following scheme. Here you can see following scheme of algorithm for comparing technologies in this figure, okay? So we have some algorithm, and if we obtain yes, we accept the null hypothesis, and if we have no, we reject the null hypothesis, okay? So we compare these results according to this scheme, okay?
Were these marks obtained from the same instructor, or different instructors put their marks? 3 slides up.
For first and first semester is the same instructor, but we have one instructor for discipline higher mathematics, but the same in the first and second semester, and for mathematical analysis it is next instructor, but both in the first and second semester is the same instructor.
Because the possible bias or flaw in the experimental technique is possible because of inconsistency of criteria between two instructors. So if it's not the case,
yes. Okay, but the same instructor in the first and second semester, the same.
So yes, now I agree. You can use the technique for paired measurements and tests. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I have one question. How you calculate that your sampling is representative? So you just use one first and second semester for 1 year, but is it enough?
maybe not enough. It is also we want to continue this investigation. It's enough, but I think that arrow may be also not small. But in this step, I think that it is enough. But we'll continue with sample of the of greater size. Okay. We'll continue using example of greater size. It's only the first step. Okay, now.
So you didn't calculate the standard deviation of your results and so on?
We try to obtain deviations, but it is our next investigation. It will be our next investigation. It will be continuity of our investigation.
May I add some words? Do we really need to care about the representativeness of the sample? Because here we use paired tests. So we measure performance of the same students during the first and during the second semester. So it's a constant set of students. Is my suggestion correct?
Yes, correct, but I have very bad connection now, and don't hear you good because bad connection now.
Yeah,
so
because,
about representatives it is representative enough, but it will be better to use large number of students. Okay, and we should continue our investigation with maybe several groups with greater number of students. Okay, and I think that we obtain also deviations. Okay, it will be continuity of our investigation. Is it clear?
Yeah,
yes,
thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Thank you for your interesting report.
Thank you
now
very much for you.
We have the next presentation, number 2234, improved method for grading bilingual mathematics exams based on computing with words. Is the presenter here? Oh, I don't hear him. Please, then let's move on, and we move to the presentation number 2283, education system transition to fully online mode, possibilities and opportunities. Is the presenter here? Not here again. Okay, next. 2320, formal and non-formal education of Ukraine, analysis of the current state and the role of digitalization. Again, not present. Okay.
Maybe who is here? The last one, I think he will speak. 24, 21.
Yeah. 24, 25, 21 is
okay.
mine.
Okay,
I can
please
start one. Hi, do you see my screen?
Yes.
My paper is about the penetration testing and social engineering, and we try to compare our previous results with experimentation in the phishing attacks to the another groups of students, and we also tried to compare it with the results for scientists and for the Russia, Ukraine, Belarus. It was that previous research was before the military aggression. So we tried to compare how this social engineering text can be used for in the scientific society. Also, the study of our current research is to check how the vulnerable university students are to phishing attacks, and we use it in our own university, in British and Kyiv University. And what we do, we want to see three aspects. First of all, the ethical warning. Social engineering penetration testing is now not aimed to demonstrate the absence of vulnerabilities, but it find it existing ones. The second one is speed reaction, how fast this attack will be detected by administration of university. And also the next reason, how it will be the non-penalty damage. We used in the previous research the A and B scheme of attack, and now we try to add the next the new action, medium action. We send the email when the target, our user, our students, will go to the Google form, and there they need to type the personal sensitive data. So, and after that, we try to compare, is it correct data or not? And after that, the last part of our experiment is to send a notification email that was a research, just a research sending, and so it doesn't matter for the for the end user, nothing. We try to disclose the different threats, and first of all, the disclosure by students of their credentials and access to the university's educational resources by may result of their loss. The second, the threats of disclosure of personal data, which together can be the basis of future attacks for social engineering or so on. And the third one, the threats of violation on data integrity, modification of students' works, and their access to Moodle or another internal resources. An attack is shown on this slide, and if it's briefly, the first when attacker support staff unauthorized modification of performance data, schedule, inactivity of teacher, or so on. The threat of disclosing data to link an account having the same credentials, the ability to select login and password to other resources for person using compromission data, the threats of repeated the main in the middle attack using the received credentials of teacher if they're not changed, and the ability to change and reset the password of certain services that I tied to the approach mailbox. Let's go to our letter. We propose to send a letter from the domain is the same as ordinary. We decide to send it, but after that we change the email, and this email was sent from the external mail service from the Gmail domain. We use different email addresses, but it was very similar to that which used for ordinary internal communications, for instance, about some exams or notifications for students and so on. And the view of this latest was very similar to the legal one. Also, we tried to make the Google form as two separated parts. So one of them is just about the quiz or a little bit general information, and after that, on the next page, we asked about confirmation the personal data. Here is an example of our email. It's written by Ukrainian, but it's said about dear students, you need to read some letter about academic rules and so on. And after that, here is a form, so you need to clarify. Here is a scan of our experiment. First page, second page with the re-input email, because we need to recheck if the same email was on the after the login, and confirmed after filling the form. After we receive this data, we start analyzed it and saw that in 1 hour and a half we received more than 60% of all emails, and after that we tried to approximate this receiving these emails by this formula. It's appears after we try to compare how it's close to real data, and if you see after 400 minutes we receive no answers at all. The result, I need to highlight that why it was just 400 minutes. Ordinary, we received emails for 2 weeks as the previous two experiments, but now we stopped in 400 minutes because this attack was detected by university IT department. So we stopped our experiment immediately. And the result, 33% of all the sending messages contained emails from the mail pool. So we think that's a real student data. After that, 2.7% contains non-corporate email. So students use not only the university mailbox, but the other one, and it's also very close to real, and less than 1% contains an random and not correspondent results. So as we see, 36.8% of students who received a letter from external email send a real data about them. So it's too high. It's more than in previous results. So we had less than 20%. Also, we are very grateful for the administration of city, and also that's all. If you have any question, please ask.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions?
May I ask one?
Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation, and I wanted to ask what was objectives, what was the motive of testing the
we received like call for action for our administration, not from the IT department, but external one, for test the real, for understand the real situation with students and the security of our university. And that was like, if you know, red and blue team, and we was a red team in this simulation.
Okay.
But the blue team doesn't know anything about this attack. So they received they received the first 2 hours 2 letters from the students. The time of sending was in the middle of working day, so it's 400 minutes. It's as I said, it's too long for the detecting the attack, but we received the real results in this experiment.
Okay, thank you.
I also have a question. Did the students get some feedback about inappropriate?
Yeah, after that we sent in an email for all addresses who answered us or not answered us for with small guide how to work in this situation if they received an unknown letter, very similar to a legal one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And did you get some feedback from them on your letter with the instructions how to behave inside the state?
I can't hear you. Can you repeat, please?
I mean, did you get a response from them when you send them the instructions on how to behave in the case of phishing?
No one decided to answer us on that question, on that email. I don't know why, but it's very interesting. And we sent it from another email, not from the previous one we used for tech. So it was a real legal internal email.
I see. Probably they were disappointed.
I don't know.
Thank you for your presentation.
And I want to highlight that this experimentation we can make only one time. We can't repeat it on the same number of students. So it's maybe we can repeat it in another university or organization, but not here.
I see. Yes, it's a problem that you can't repeat the same experiment with the same students. So matched pairs, it's impossible to hypothesize for the case of matched pairs. Yes, it's a problem.
But we
okay,
can
thank you
compare. Sorry.
No, please continue.
But we can compare it with the previous experimentation. So why I show you our previous publications here. From 2020 and 20, that's really 2021 research, yeah, but was published in 2022.
I see, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, so now I thank you, Dr. Sokolov. Now I wonder if the presenters for presentation 2234 or 2283 or 2320 or 2336. Improved method for grading bilingual mathematics exams based on computing with words, or education system transition to fully online mode, possibilities and opportunities, or formal and non-formal education of Ukraine, analysis of current state and the role of digitalization, or impact of YouTube videos in promoting learning of kinematics graphs in Tanzanian teachers training colleges. Are there any representatives for presentations 2196? It was also missed from the previous time, so no one. The representatives of these presentations are not present, so they can't deliver their presentations. Okay, so now I'd like to pass the word to Professor Mukhin.
Thank you very much. So we finish our section. I would like to express my gratitude as a chair for all author attenders, for all presenters, for all people who asked the question. I hope it was useful for you. We have a good discussion. I hope that we have some exchange of new knowledge, and this knowledge you may apply in the future in your practice and so on. So I think that this useful discussion may be also continue in the future. So we may propose you also to prepare a new paper for the future conference. Anyway, I think that our combining of our knowledge and our discussion is very effective in our not very simple time, you know. So we have a certain special situation. That's why I would like to express my gratitude also for organizing of our conference, for Professor Jianbin Hu as well. Thank you very much for all.
Thank you very much for. See you soon.
So thank you, organizers and all
Thank you.
attendees.
Thank you.